out the window. Some better boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? DP's ball out on Miller Park. They go jump up in them scraper. See them coming up the block.
Bill Clinton going dumb. All out the scraper. Stunner boys here. Mission is the major. Watch your girl before I take her, cause I'm on the strip shining.
We don't move like no clock.
But boy, it's big time. And lead a block to my youngster, cause boy, it's big grinding. 20-inch rims. Freaks on film. She eat her, why she eat him. You already know who game tougher than leather. We throw parties that go dumber than ever. Young niggas wildin' out, shaking they dreads. Boy, is you biz or is you smack? Cause you all out the window with a face of a triple stack. I'm money hungry, plus I need all mine. Rigs on the beat, you gon' see our shine. Why you think they call us a dummy foe? Cause we stunt and we stunt hanging out the dope.
They holler who that is, hanging all out the window. Some better boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? DP's ball out on Miller Park. They go jump up in them scraper. See them coming up the block. They holler who that is, hanging all out the window. Some better boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? DP's ball out on Miller Park. They go jump up in them scraper. See them coming up the block.
Every time I hit the block, boom, drop the stack time. Candy on them dub things, bumping for one time. I'ma do the fool like I'm mental and ignorant. Jumping at a stop sign while I ain't giving it. Throwing up the block cause you know when I'm feeling it. We ghost ride the whip like we ain't even feeling shit. High feed, call a stunner boy. Tennis shoe every whip, now who's stunting boy? At every function, sideshow, neighborhood event. You catch me dipping in the scraper with the 16-inch flip. Reppin' PA, Menlo, Northern Cali finest. If I'm scraping past $1, mean the police right behind us. We don't care, we going on big perp and X pills. Stunner boys, they stunting the block on big wheels. Get big skrills, cause they ain't fucking with us. We in the building and we feeling like nigga with us.
They holler who that is, hanging all out the window. Some better boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? DP's ball out on Miller Park. They go jump up in them scraper. See them coming up the block. They holler who that is, hanging all out the window. Some better boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? DP's ball out on Miller Park. They go jump up in them scraper. See them coming up the block.
I got a few of my young niggas all out the windows. Stunting up the block, niggas know what they info. We did we smacked, our rims are stacked. Plus we smoking on that perp weed, leaning back. They know we coming up the block, holding the meanest stats. When you stunt like them stunners, you get mean with raps. Candy paints on the model, we mean at that. Bumping nothing less than 15s and holding us at.
And we'll teach you how to stunt. All through the bay, we ride candy and bump. When we come, the show shut down. No field goals, all touchdowns. Police come, it goes down. High speed and run them through the whole town and get away. I'm not locked like Akon, supercharged kick, running on stop
They holler
sign.
who that is, hanging all out the window. Some better boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? DP's ball out on Miller Park. They go jump up in them scraper. See them coming up the
saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss, I call shots cause I'm still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on Chirac and then fly back out the mill. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, It's official. What y'all all been waiting for.
Yeah,
An-
yeah.
Another installment of Easily Rigged. We are definitely in the building tonight. Tonight is going to be a more than fruitful stream. Let me go ahead and get this rocking. And we got to give some shout outs to the chat because I know they are already in here heavy. And y'all could be anywhere in the world, but y'all chose to be here. That's definitely greatly appreciated. B-Eazy Dat Dude, Big Rick Slaps, and oh my God, it's the Brody just coming through coming through shining. Did you hit up John for one of them lights? Cause yo, you ain't in the dark no more, cuz. Big Rick
I don't
shines.
like the smile, man. Cut it out, bro. I don't like the smile.
Big Rick shines.
I'm in the house today. I'm in the house. You know what I'm saying? I'm chilling in the crib.
So we got Kings and Dreams in the building. He said red pills up. So that boy popping them red pills like a Skittle. Shout out to Kings and Dreams. And then we got none other than Setting the Record Straight coming through to set the record straight. Shout out to the Brody. And then we got Mr. M3, the mayor or the VP himself. Salute to Easily Rigged. And make sure that you get the likes up. When you come in, it's housekeeping, right? So if you come to a person's house today, it's a rainy day. So you don't want to just come in and just start walking everywhere with your muddy feet, right? You
wipe your feet.
So the virtual metaphor to wiping your feet when it's coming into the house, hit the like button. Feel free to share. You know what? It's free. It will not cost you a fee. And then we got none other than Brody, 100 watts coming in. He coming in already on 100. 100 watts went from 0 to 100 before we could even start the show.
Yeah, you said
shout out to
your couch,
bro.
You know?
He says, tell him fuck your couch and the cushion you slept on. And it says, hold on, wait, who wrote this? When you say who wrote this, then I don't know. Let me know what you're referring to. And we got Alonzo Hall, the all-star advisor in the building. Shout out to Alonzo Hall. And he says, you gang bacon on bacon? Hey, gang since potty train. But he says, fellas, I'm coming in the back chat, so don't mind me. Now it's all good. We just gonna go ahead and get it rocking. But how you feeling tonight, Big Rig? And if anybody else is in the chat and want to let your presence be felt and known, you know, we'll definitely give y'all a shout out.
I'm good, bro. I'm feeling good, man. Weather was crazy today, but good.
Okay, well, let's get right into it. So let me see how the question is posed just to make sure, because for disrespect, man, how do you feel about, let me ask you this, what is more important, respect or disrespect?
You said what's more important
to you?
Respect.
Yeah, I would say that.
You gotta give respect, bro, to get respect. You know what I mean? You can't just be out here, you know, thinking your stuff don't stink. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's just supposed to respect you. You feel me? It don't work that way.
I would have to agree. And so shout out to the Joker quotes. He did an edit of the video. He made a compilation of quotes, and the video is titled Never Tolerate Disrespect. I did some tweaking to it. It's only about a minute 58. I added some fly music to it. So I'm just going to bring that up and we're going to read out the quotes, and then the quotes from there will spark a discussion and we'll determine if we agree or disagree. So it's going to go right in. So, bam. So hold on, let me turn this one down because I forgot it's already music on here, but you see it on there. Being in love in this generation is so scary because loyalty is rare.
let me go to the other one because this one is supposed to be about disrespect. And it seems like we're having trouble streaming to the Rumble account. But it's all good. At least we still rocking out here on YouTube. But y'all just bear with me one moment. Okay, there we go. Okay, we'll do this one. Gratitude. Always have it. Never expect it. What you think about that?
I'm kind of like that, man. I don't mind, and I kind of consider myself like a giver. You feel me? And I don't never really expect anything back in return, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. When I do get it back, you know what I mean? When I say that, meaning like if I do a favor or something like that or whatever, I don't expect a favor back or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not tit for tat like that.
So you mean that you never expect it at all? Or I mean, because that sounds good, but sometimes people are. So what I'm saying is, do you expect anything? You may not expect the same. So let's say somebody comes and say, hey, Big Rig, you my bro. Here, let me bless you. Here's a PS5, right? I may not be expecting you to get something back, right, in return as the PS5, but I would at least, subconsciously expect some sort of acknowledgement, right? Like, and
Yeah,
people
but
say,
what kind of acknowledgement would you expect?
I'm just saying like a simple, not more so acknowledgement. I mean, just a show of gratitude and appreciation. I would
But
just want,
what would be that for you though?
just as simple as someone saying thank you, and then,
Oh yeah, that's a fact, bro. But see, I just had this conversation with my partner about a month ago, right?
mhm.
Say you do something for somebody, you know what I'm saying? Anything, money, a favor, does that mean you necessarily want that back? You know what I mean? Does that, are you doing it maybe considering getting something back in the future? And with me, I don't think that way. And I think there's a lot of people that may, like, say you do something for them, and they feel that they may feel like, well, shit, I helped this person out during this time, I'm kind of going through a little time myself, maybe that person can help me out. But like I've said before, sometimes people aren't in the position, and it sucks if, say, you did do something for somebody financial, and they end up, later down the line going through some, rough times or whatnot, and they helped you out, you know what I'm saying? But what if you're not able to help them out at that time? Will that come up, like, hey man, I helped you out? That's why I don't trip on it like that. If I do something, I just do it. I don't expect nothing back. I'm just kind of clear of it.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty much the same way. But I would be lying if I didn't say I just expect a simple acknowledgement and appreciation that seems
Oh no, that's
genuine,
a fact though. That's a fact. That's a given.
And
that's just common courtesy.
Correct. But you want to make it has to appear believable and genuine. So if somebody is saying, oh, Big Rig, you gave me some, all right, thank you, whatever, bro. You see what I'm saying? Like now,
Yeah.
I don't want you to give me the money or the PS5 back or whatever you gave me. But now it's like, damn, bro, I went out of my way to show you love, and you just dismissing it and disregarding it as if it's just nothing. So I agree with that.
That's out. You know what I'm saying? That's like, now you kind of gonna have that feeling like you kind of got played. You feel me? And whatever you did then, it's just good to go ahead and cut ties with that person, bro. You know what I'm saying? Whatever that cost was, because you don't need them type of motherfuckers around you.
Correct. And then that's why you should always have the gratitude, because the gratitude is a part of you, right? You're not having the gratitude because of what someone else is doing or might do. It's just innately a part of you, part of your character, part of your personality. But I never expect, well, I don't always expect it from strangers, but someone that I am loving, caring, compassionate about, and I display that and exhibit that, I would expect them to have gratitude. I don't need full reciprocation in every scenario, but gratitude is free, it's simple. Someone shows you love, has your back, you know, you may not return the favor doing the exact same deed, but the least you can do is go out of your way to let this person know that I really do appreciate you, I really do admire you, and I really have a lot of love and admiration for you. Is that really too much to ask, to express your feelings to somebody that you claim to already care about? Not really too
But
much
see,
to ask.
no, it's not. But let me say this though. I'm I'm a person that kind of sees people for their heart. You know what I'm saying? So like, to me, I consider myself, a pretty decent, person. You know what I'm saying? And if I see, one of my people's, you know what I'm saying, friends, whatever, in a situation, I'm a do it without even asking. I'm gonna kind of put it out there. You know what I mean? Like if, hey man, I got a few extra whoop whoop if you need something. You know what I mean? Or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just kind of how I move, man. And that's why I'm kind of, I'm blessed to kind of have the people around me that I have, because they move kind of in the same way. You feel me? Shit, and it's just it works, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just being real, man. You know what I'm saying? Some people, they got it in them, some people don't. Some people are always out to, I don't want to say scam or nothing, but they just kind of out to always be on top. You feel me? At like all costs, bro.
Well, in order to be on top at all costs, scamming is always on the table. And there's a saying, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. So that's some people's mentality. But let's commence with the video. All right, this is a good one. Not everybody smiles because of happiness. Some smile to hide their tears. So have you ever been in a situation where you had to kind of smile to hold yourself back from crying or lashing out or anything like that?
Not necessarily, because I don't, whatever emotion I'm feeling, I don't have a problem displaying it, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to really hide it or anything like that. But I do understand how a lot of people, smile or put up a front, because they in pain, and they don't want people to, know that they going through it or shit ain't right. You know what I'm saying? They kind of want to keep everything on the up and up. You know what I'm saying?
Got you. All right, so I'm gonna just try to give just like some brief commentary, and then just so we can kind of get through these, because I got one more to play. Appreciate the moment. The moment will appreciate you. And I like this one because it's simplistic, and I'm appreciating the moment anytime I get a chance to rock out with the big bro on Easily Rigged, or anybody that's a real one, anyone that is precious to you, because people realize that tomorrow is not promised, but we do take it for granted. Time is very precious, but we treat it like it's just trash and it's irrelevant. So that's the one thing that you can't replace. If you lose 50 G's, you can get that back. But if you lose 50 years of wasting your life and being regretful, you'll never get that back. In fact, some people want to have self-deleting thoughts because of this, or depressive, distressing thoughts, which keeps them mentally sick, mentally unfit. But appreciate the moment, and the moment will reciprocate and appreciate you. What you think, Big Rig?
I definitely live by that, man. You know, I think life is about, making memories, bro, and holding on to what you can hold on to, man. And like you said, life is so short, bro. It's like that meaning means so much to me now because of just so many people I done lost. It just really hits home. It ain't just a slogan on a t-shirt anymore to me. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate every moment I have with my folks, man, their family, just, you know what I'm saying? Every laugh, everything, you know what I'm saying? And it's just dope, bro. I'm a firm believer in that. Firm believer.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right, so let's see what we got in the chat. He says, Easily Rigged has rolled out the welcome mat. Smash the like button on all your platforms, folks. And shout out to Reese and Neil slid up in the building. And of course, none other than the Brody, Don GQ. Your mind believes what you tell it, so tell it positive things. What say you, Big Rig?
Say that one more time.
It says your mind believes what you tell it, so tell it positive things.
Yeah, that's a fact, bro. My bad. But yeah, that's a fact, man. When you put negative out there, man, it seems like negative is just gonna surround you, bro. You know what I mean? Like I'm so off of that, bro. Like I try to put nothing but positive, like every day.
Yeah, now I got you, and it's true. That's why some people talk about the law of attraction. Thoughts become things, so your mind will believe what you tell it positive things. And people know the saying, misery loves company, and people are very familiar with that statement. But you know what else and who else loves company? Positivity. But you want to focus on the misery and the negativity. But the positivity is saying, hey, come to my party. But instead you chose to go to a pity party. You could have went to the positivity party, but you went to the pity party because there was more people at the pity party. You thought it was cracking. And at the positive party, all they was doing was just playing chess, reading books,
Listening to Michael Jackson, you know what I'm saying?
meditating, listening to Michael Jackson, and a little bit of R. Kelly. So I know that might trigger some folks, but hey, them CDs ain't canceled in my book. Hey, and 12 play will still get you, so you feel me? Still get you some
Fire.
action, man. And we got Mr. Best in the World in the building. Salute to everyone in the chat. Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and get more into the video. Forget what hurt you, but never forget what it taught you. Sometimes people are able to point the finger and say, this hurt me, that hurt me. This person was wrong. This person is to blame for hurting me. How about you think about what that hurt has taught you, what that pain has taught you, and use that pain to be productive. Use that pain to progress instead of regress. When you progress, you're going forward. Once you regress, you're going backwards because you've already experienced the pain. So you might as well utilize that pain, weaponize that pain into something good, something beneficial for you, something that leads to the betterment of you, something that leads to constructing something versus destruction of yourself and others around you. What you got, Big Red? Forget what hurt you, but never forget what it taught you.
Yeah, never forget what it taught you, bro, because, you know, when you hurt, you go through a lot of things. You go through a lot of self-searching, like what went wrong, what, you know what I mean? Like, you do all of that. So with that, usually next time you go into that same situation, you kind of go about it in a different way because it taught you something. Maybe the first time you attempted it, it wasn't the route. You know what I'm saying? But also what I wanted to say is kind of had this topic in a different way on another panel. But they was using it saying that in the same way, how that was, you know, how that was put out, was that that taught them how to love, bro. So they had to go through hurt, pain to experience how to love. I disagreed with that, but I'm just putting that out there that there
What exactly did you disagree with about that statement?
Well, what I disagreed is I don't feel you have to go through pain or hurt to love. You know what I'm saying? Like I could be born and love my parents. You know,
Yeah, I would agree with that statement that you don't have to go through it because love is an action, right? So you don't need to go through it to be able to engage and interact and show an exhibition of your love. However, I do think that there kind of is a nuanced part of it where the pain aspect of it, I think that you do need to be tested. Your love needs to be tested so that you could know how strong it is or if it's truly love. So it's kind of a certain emotional fortitude, right? So let's say we go on to the battlefield, or let's just use sports because a lot of people are
No, we can't use sports. I don't know sports.
You don't gotta you don't gotta know it because the analogies are so simple. But if we on the team, me and Big Rig, and you know, we on whatever team, and we just keep winning and we keep winning games and games, we gonna start thinking that our ish don't stink and that it smell like potpourri, that no matter what happens, we gonna pull through because this is pretty much what has happened. So it gets to a point where you're not necessarily learning anymore or even getting better because you can plateau because of the complacency. And then when you suffer a heartbreaking loss, it kind of refocuses and then you start to see things a little bit clearer. Like, yeah, I was slacking off and I did start eating a diet and I have been kind of cupcaking and doing all this stuff. So did you really need to go through that? Some would argue no, but most people do. Just since they say diamonds are a girl's best friend, but everyone seems to love diamonds. Diamonds only come to fruition after excruciating pressure. Other than that, it's just a pebble. So you push it to the max, and then it becomes one of the most coveted stones on the planet. That's how people are. You pretty much are a pebble, and then you get pushed to your limits and you go beyond your outer limits and turn into a diamond. Not everyone is going to be a diamond. Some people are rubies, emeralds, sapphires. Some people are cubic zirconia, and cubic zirconia,
or just plain out rocks.
Yeah, I agree. But some do have the propensity to be diamonds, but they just don't believe. But it starts with a mentality, the law of attraction. Thoughts become things, and what it said earlier, I'm paraphrasing, but essentially what you think of yourself, that's how it will manifest in your life. So you think that you're a loser, and then you look around and you saying, dang, I'm living a loser life. Well, that is what you think about yourself. So what else would you expect? But let's commence. Don't be afraid of change. It is leading you to a new beginning. So are you afraid of change, Big Rig?
To be honest, sometimes I am, because when you're comfortable, you're comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Like you just know what it is. You know what I'm saying? There ain't nothing really to kind of trip on. But in that same mind frame, you don't know what the hell you could be missing out on, man. You know what I'm saying? So I try to get up out of that too. But I could be afraid of change at times, bro. I gotta keep it 100. You know what I'm saying?
I think I'm glad you're keeping it 100, because I think most of us are afraid of change. And when we say change, it doesn't mean you may be afraid of changing everything. Some people say, well, I dyed my hair a different color, or, I changed the way I usually drive to work. Instead of taking the freeway, I took the streets, So we're always making these little micro changes within our lives. But when you start talking about macro, and you have to change something that's major, like, hey, if someone has a health condition and then they have to change their diet, change their workout plan, those are major changes that some people know that they could do, should do, but sometimes it's a physical block, a mental block, a spiritual, emotional block. So even though people know they need to change, it's not always as cut and dry, black and white, simplified as it needs to be. It's easy to wag your finger and say, hey, you need to change your diet. You need to do this. And some people will need that, but they also need the internal inspiration, motivation, and the purpose to do it. And many people lack purpose, and they have a distorted view of what their purpose is or what their purpose should be. So it's always easy to stay in your comfort zone and be distracted, because then you won't have to face the change. And instead of leading to a new beginning, you go with the familiar thing. So it's just kind of like choosing a movie. You flipping through Netflix and you see a bunch of new movies, but I don't know, I'm afraid to watch it, because what if I waste my time? So then you just choose a movie that you've already seen before. And that's what people do, right? Choosing the lesser of two evils, choosing right? I know I should be working out, but man, I'm going to give an excuse, and then I'm going to revert back to what I know, which is probably eating pizza, Netflix, and chilling. You know that you should change, but some part of you is afraid to change, and people won't be willing to admit that fear. Even if somebody is in the streets, right? Somebody could be a thugged out killer, got body after body after body. But it's like, bruh, now you have a family and kids, and you want to do something more productive with your life. But you are fearful of change, because what if they call you a square, or what if they say you got ran off the block? So now you want to stay on the block and keep selling dope. So you're fearful that people will look at you as less than a kind, less than a man.
Hey, well, just this is kind of on subject, kind of what you was just saying right now, but it's off subject. But dude 6ix9ine just got mollywopped, right? This just happened maybe a couple hours ago. So now it's coming up that the guy that did it, man, he just got done doing an 8-year bid, bro. And the guy went ahead and put on his social media, because it's on social media, him putting hands on this man, you know what I'm saying? And he ain't been out a year, bro. So you over here doing this almost like a clout chase. You know what I'm saying? That's your way of saying, hey, I put hands on the rat, whatever you want to call it. But now you may be going back, bro. You may be going, but you just got done doing 8 years, man. You've been away from your family and everything, 8 years. And now because of that and video camera, you know, and you want to be all over the gram, you might be going back, bro. And it's like it don't
said,
be afraid to change. He ain't trying to change.
And thank you for providing that story. I did see that. But like it says, don't be afraid to change. It is leading you to a new beginning. And think about the irony of this. So respected gangster, street dude, whatever title he is, he got out of prison. He saw Tekashi 6ix9ine at a gym, I think it was LA Fitness, and he was beating him up, stomping him out. He did it on camera. He did it on the gram. Where'd you do that? Where they do that at, bruh? Self-snitching? You
That's
call
the
it
new thing, brother.
You
That's
call
the
it
new
Tekashi
thing.
a rat, but the dude is a rat too.
You ratting on yourself.
How is it any different? Ratting is ratting, but because he told on himself he should get a pass? Make this make sense, bruh. Also, why should I respect you? Tekashi 6ix9ine is clout chasing, you're clout chasing. Tekashi 6ix9ine is ratting, you're ratting. But because you're doing a different form of ratting, I should respect you. Also, you are a street dude, right? And you apparently, allegedly, might be a shot caller. If you wanted to do that, you mean to tell me you don't got no goons that can do that for you? And don't be afraid to change. So it's like, look, some of these dudes is institutionalized. Maybe he did this so he could go back. Maybe he wants to go back. But I would want to ask the dude, do you have kids? Do you have a family? You're willing to throw your family away to beat up a rat while you're ratting on yourself? Now, it'd be one thing if he did it and it wasn't on camera and he could say, hey, yeah, I did that, but there was no video proof. So it could be allegedly, it could be rumored to be, and he could deny it. He could have masked up, right? If somebody... Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, bro, because what you're saying is absolutely correct. And that's why for the young men out there, man, just period, it's always good, bro, to keep you a good community around you, bro. See how B-Eazy just said that, right? Say dude was B-Eazy's partner. He'd have been like, bro, what is you doing? You know what I'm saying? Don't. If you would have been at the gym, like, bro, let dude live, bro. Don't. You gonna throw your whole shit away? You know what I'm saying, man? Don't worry about that. But see, people surround themselves with just people that just really don't give a shit about them, bro. I mean.
Yeah, because you thinking about the dude, he knows his situation, and instead of, like you said, hey, bro, you need to chill. This dude ain't even worth it. He's over there filming it like a catty little hoe. What about that is gangster? Hey, here, let's fight. You got the camera rolling, right? When they start doing that, bruh, because fighting
like 3-4 years ago.
Bruh, I try to tell cats, wow, even when cats like shoot the fade, nah, bruh, we don't even need to shoot the fade, because win or loss after somebody shoot the fade, somebody probably is gonna get shot. So we need to avoid shooting the fade, because that's why I hate when people like, man, square up, shoot the fade. Nah, bruh, y'all need to just squash
people
the
like taking
entirely. Exactly. And now peep this. Let's say someone did want to shoot the fade, but now you made a viral video and you about to post it on all these websites. So now I shot the fade with you, but now millions of people seeing me getting stomped out, or even stomping someone out. Because if you stomp someone out, now they could say, hey, look, you committed a crime on cam. We could try you. I don't, bruh, when people keep saying shoot the fade, hey, look, I'm not a sucker, I'm not a square, but fighting is illegal. It's a crime. I didn't make the laws, but fighting is a crime. So if you're gonna do a crime, would you commit a bank robbery and say, hey, let me do this for the gram? You wouldn't do that. But you want to fight and say, let me do this for the gram? You want to have an illegal weapon and say, let me do this for the gram? This ain't about you being a real one or somebody else being a square. The number one rule of any street tenant is to not get caught. But you over here blabbing your mouth so you can get caught. You over here saying, here, look at me so you can get caught. Act like you've been there before. Bruh, if you've already been playing with guns, going to jail, smashing on chicks, getting into fights, this should be commonplace. It should be nothing new to you. Nothing I'm saying is impressive. Fighting people in the streets is not impressive. You know what's impressive? About to fight and then squash and say, you know what, bruh, it's not even worth it. Because what if I win the fight? And then I got to keep looking over my shoulder because you want revenge? What if I lose the fight? And I'm saying, nah, I'm not going to stand for this. I'm going to come back with some heavy artillery. That's why you need to avoid the fights, period. There's no such thing as a fair fight anyways, bruh. If a dude runs up on you, he's 300 pounds, 6'6", and saying, fight me fair. Bro, what the hell is fair about some 6'6" bodybuilder just running up to any dude? Okay, well, if you think that's fair, I say once you engage in a fight, you're engaging in civil war. Civil war. You know how they handle civil war? Go watch Game of Thrones. Go watch Spartacus. Go watch 300, Immortals. Any of these movies. Yeah, they're just movies. Troy. This is how war is handled. The toughest dudes, you know what they brought to battle? They brought a shield. They brought armor. They brought swords because they're in a war. I'm not advocating for any violence, but I'm saying when you start talking a certain way, acting a certain way, coming at certain people, you are engaging and inciting civil war. And what do they say about war? All is fair in love and war. So that means if someone does a drive-by, it's wartime. It's fair. If somebody catch you lacking, it's fair. Whatever they did to Tekashi was fair. He's engaged in a war. Some wars you don't even know that you're in. So you need to avoid them, and you need to be prepared to stand your ground. See, when you talk about standing your ground, especially in Florida, and ironically, he got beat up in Florida. If you run up and say, hey, shoot the fair one with some redneck Confederate flag dude, you say shoot the fair one, he's going to shoot you unfairly. So you're trying to shoot a fair one and he's going to unfairly shoot you. And you know what? He's going to get off because he stood his ground. So that's what I'm saying. Fighting people is an act of violence. Speaking on people's moms and dad ops is an act of verbal violence. It's actual verbal assault. So if you're okay with that, just be prepared to be assaulted. If you give a punch, you got to be able to take a punch. If you could throw a shot, you got to be able to catch a shot. Ideally, you don't want to do that. So how about you just avoid it entirely? Saying, let's shoot the fair one. You think that's masculine to be arguing over some petty, frivolous stuff? And then you want to say, let's shoot the fair one? Okay, what if this dude happens to be 50 years old with a cane, but he was running his mouth? What is fair about that fight? Once again, a 6'6" bodybuilder running up on a 5'8" dude. What is fair about that fight? A dude that's the same height and weight, but one dude is trained in professional boxing and one dude is a stay-at-home dad. What is fair about that fight? If I start beating a dude up and stomping him on the ground, eye gouging him and grabbing his nuts, what is fair about that? If people start grabbing my dreads, which they have done in the fight, what is fair about that? There's no such thing as a fair fight. Fair is a place where they eat funnel cakes and judge pigs. That's not what happens in a fight. So you need to avoid the fights at all. Stop running your mouth, because when you keep talking about fighting, it's going to end up to some shooting and some extra stuff. So just be a bigger person and walk away. You ain't even really proving nothing. You really is not. And you ain't built like that. So just calm it down, pipe it down, and go get some lunch. That's what you can do. Somebody want to fight you, take them out to lunch. It don't gotta be some extravagant place. Go get them a coffee. If they still want to fight after that, then you know what? I say defend yourself with whatever artillery you got. And nowadays, people are carrying advanced weaponry, so your hands and feet are not gonna be enough. So. And people jump. A lot of people is jumping in, bruh. I know if I see my homie getting stomped out, I'm jumping in, bruh. And when I'm jumping in, telling you, I keep the stick on me like Donatello, man. But shout out to Stan, and let me shout out to Risa Neal. She says, "Sad, but I knew someone would do it. It's that type of stuff that doesn't sit well with everyone." I'm just saying, yeah, you're in a war. Once you're in a concrete jungle, so you can't just go into the jungle full of lions acting any type of way. It's gonna be another lion that's gonna come and check you. So basically, Takashi is in a pool of sharks, but he ain't really like that. He's more like a goldfish. And Stan Hosov is in the building. Shout out to my Brody, the man whore. Stan the man whore, the reformed simp. Shout out to Mr. Bryant. He says truth. And Stan, the Brody, says facts. And we just gonna cook for a little bit, and then we gonna open it up, because I would love for y'all to come in and chop it up. And this was just kind of like a precursor, but ultimately it is about, is disrespect the only thing that people respect? And he says, be easy, walking heavy, absolutely, talking heavy, walking heavy. And he says, I can't take my enemies to lunch. I'd be tempted with the potions. Hey, Stan, hey, don't go to lunch with Stan. He gonna be like, here, you want a drink? Hey, Stan, I love you, but I ain't never letting you pour up my drinks. This cat gonna come with a little cocktail. A cocktail from hell. I'm cool. No, thank you, Stan. No, sirree, Bob. But let's commence right here. I like this one. Surround yourself with people who talk about visions and ideas, not other people. Now, occasionally, people do talk about other people for giving a reference purpose. But if you just sitting around all day saying, oh, so-and-so is effing this person just had a kid, people be knowing more about celebrity gossip than their own friends. Ask them what's Jay-Z's birthday. They'll tell you. Ask them what's Beyonce's birthday. They'll tell you. And say, hey, what's my birthday? Oh, my bad, bro. I forgot. You know me all your life and you don't know my birthday, but you know Jay-Z and Beyonce? Wow. But that's how some people are. And this is what I say, when we are having this collection of brilliant minds and all of the brain power comes together, why are we wasting this brain power to talk about other people? Now, it is fun and sometimes, competitive intellectual banter to talk about, hey, Chris Rock getting slapped, or talk about Ye and what's going on with him and Balenciaga and Adidas. Sometimes those serve a greater point and are teachable moments. But when you are just sitting there ridiculing, critiquing someone, but you're not making any changes to your life, or you're not talking about visions, ideas, things that can be constructive and that you can build upon, to me, you are intellectually juvenile. And I really don't want to be around you. What you got, Big Red?
For sure. Now, don't get it wrong, man. I get to talking my shit about other people, but at the same time, man, I surround myself, with people that for sure got something up there, man. Always kind of coming with some type of ideas, some type of plays, good plays. You know what I mean? Just something, bro. Not just being stagnant. You know what I mean? Because people you around hella stagnant, you won't be stagnant. You know what I mean? You need that motivation, man.
I agree. And like I always say, you hang with eagles, you gonna fly. You hang with chickens, you gonna cluck. Now, if you used to be a high flying eagle, but you come down to chill with the chickens, sooner or later, that's what you are going to become. You are what you attract. You are who you hang with. So if you know about the Jungle Book and Mowgli was a kid. And then he was raised in the jungle, lion, tigers, bears, and snakes, and you saw what he become. So a savage, but humbly, shout out to Savagely Humble, a savagely humble animal is what Mowgli became due to his environment, due to his surroundings. So if you're around corporate tycoons, if you're around bosses, motivators, go-getters, people that work hard, that's what you're going to become because you don't have an option. I'm not going to let you be a loser. I'm not going to let you drag the team down because you're only as weak as your weakest link. If we're all on a basketball team, okay, there may be someone that's better than the other, but I need these other people to be up to par in effort and talent. Well, not in talent, but in terms of effort, heart, and commitment to the team. We all need to be on the same page because it's kind of like the next man up. So yeah, I agree with that. Surround yourself with people who talk about visions and ideas, not other people. But let's go ahead and commence. Okay, this should be an interesting one. Being alone is fun. Sometimes no expectations, no heartbreaks. It's just you versus you. What about you, Big Rig? Are you someone that likes to be alone or you can't stand to be alone? Because some people, they can't stand to be alone, so they'll call some fake friends just for the sake of having company because they don't like being alone.
I'm not going, man. Okay. Me though, I'm a loner, bro, for sure. I, I'm definitely, I could have a blast by myself. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
okay.
I, I don't need people, really to be
That's
around. You know what
really
I'm saying?
me. And if you see at the bottom, it says it's just you versus you. So if you want to compete, right, and say, um, I did 25 push-ups yesterday. Now I'm gonna do 50 today, right? It's just you versus you, right? You made one beat yesterday. Now I'm gonna do two beats. So you always have a way to challenge yourself, right? I made
Right.
X amount of money yesterday. So once it's just you versus you, but sometimes people are saying, man, I want someone to like me. I want someone to look at me. So you start calling friends. It's like, is that your friend? If all you can think about is just pulling up on them and showing off your car? Like, are y'all trying to link up and say, hey, y'all both got sons? Let's help get our sons in tutoring or help them train with this type of skill or anything like that. Nah, it's just like, here, let me pull up or let me show off. So if that's all you want to do, I might as well be alone. I'll have more fun by myself or you coming around trying to be on some fake stuff, acting like you really care, but all you're trying to do is really floss and see how good I'm doing. Right? Sometimes if you riding in a fly car, hey man, pull up on me. Like, do you really genuinely want to see me or you just want to be riding around in my whip? Dudes hit me up, man, where the hoes at? I thought you was red pill. Why you hitting me for my hoes? Right? Like, where are yours at? And then we come to the place like, bro, I don't bring sand to the beach, bro. If I go to the club, I already know what I'm about to do when I get up there. So why am I gonna bring some sand to the beach, bro, to make some sand castles when I know it's in abundance there? So people will be calling, man, call up some people. I'm trying to get lit. Like, is you really trying to fool with me? Or is you just trying to gain some clout for the night or, just have some entertainment for the night? If that's the case, I could have fun by myself and I don't have any expectations. You definitely not gonna break your own heart by, playing video games or spending time with your son. And you really don't be missing out on much. You really don't. Sometimes my boys is begging me, bro, we ain't been out in a minute. And I go out, cats get drunk, damn near get into a fight. So now I gotta fight some niggas because you can't control your liquor, bro. Go out too drunk, bro. You gonna drive my car? Like, bro, I didn't come here to drive. I was trying to relax. If you couldn't handle it, I told you to catch an Uber. You didn't want to do that. I asked you, did you want me to drive? So It's a lot of stuff when you go out and think that you're having fun, but when you a loner, you see how annoying all that stuff is. And shout out to Stan, because I know Stan, and shout out to Quantum too, Metaphysician. I know when they said they in the club, they get anxiety and don't like being around all those people. And it's kind of like a Max, right? Big Rig, I know you like to just lay back in the cuts, chill, and smoke a bleezy. If I'm around a bunch of sweaty people, some bumping me, stepping on my shoes, it's only so much time I could tolerate that. Plus, I could just have a party at the house, right? You just invite a exclusive group of people and do the same thing at the house. It's actually even better that way because it's more personal. You know, you can just kind of chill and crash out. Plus, you know, you can trust your environment. You don't got to look over your shoulder too much. But
We'll see
I have
what.
plenty of
Go
fun
ahead.
by myself, bro. But go ahead.
We'll see what. With me, man. You know, I know how to conduct myself, bro. You know, and you know, previous life, you know, doing whatever I was doing. You have run-ins with, you know, police and shit like that. And if you got people in the car with you and they don't know how to act, or they want to be the ones to always be like, hey man, you can't do this, you can't do that, you know what I'm saying? I may be dirty up in this thing, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, bro, like, kill that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could do whatever the fuck they want to do right now, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't need no extra problems. So I always, you know, I just always love being by myself, bro, because I know if any situation occurs, I know how to deal with it, you know what I'm saying, or whatnot, you know what I mean? Just, I don't got to worry about somebody else. Just like you say, you go out, they getting drunk, get into a situation, because, you know, it's off top, you know, situation happens, we all getting down. But it's the bullshit that we got to get down because you don't know how to act or conduct yourself, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And Risa Neal says, I like being alone, but it's not for everyone. It takes a strong person to be alone. I do agree. And that's because I know one of my homies just like, bro, I can't do that alone stuff. So sometimes he'll have people come over that he may not like, but he'll just have them around. Here, roll up some blunts, or here, let's play a video game, because some people really do get anxious and have some sort of mental or bodily problems by being alone. And Stan Joseph says, same here, can be social, but that me time I get a fully charged. That is true, right? So let's say you around all the brodies, but you thinking about something heavy. It's going to be hard for you to gain your complete clarity around everyone, because you're going to be catering towards people's needs, right? You don't want to be a David or Debbie Downer, right? You want to be uplifted, and you kind of want to fake the funk. Even if you're going through it, you don't want people being like, oh man, what's up with Big Rig? He killing the mood, man, or he feeling sorry for himself, or I'm feeling sorry for him. And a lot of people don't want to seem like a charity case. So it's like, look, I'm just going to suppress my emotions. But when you are isolated in solitude, you should be able to fully charge yourself, right? You should charge yourself. I shouldn't have to put a battery in Big Rig back. Big Rig got to charge. He got to handle his own battery. If I'm the one putting the battery in Big Rig's back, then he's not really in control, right? He's controlled.
I got a Tesla battery, you know what I mean? I'm trying to. You know
Okay. He keeps going and going.
You know what I'm saying, bro?
And Stan Joseph says, we got to go out. Nah, I'm good. Do that in Vegas. Stan, we got to make a Vegas trip, because I already know Stan got Seattle sewn up. Stan got so many snow bunnies in Seattle. I ain't even gonna try to mark my territory out there. But shout out to Stan, Snow Bunny Stan. All right, but let's commence. It's only a couple more seconds of the video, but the conversation and the commentary is so fire. And then we're going to go ahead, and if anyone wants to come up, we'll definitely get into it a little bit deeper. every day, give yourself the gift of self-love, self-care, and self-respect. This is very simple, but is it really that simple? Many people I know, they say they love themselves, but their actions show the opposite. Are people really taking self-care? I know I've been in positions where I haven't been taking care of, you may be taking care of your physical health, but not your mental health. And maybe your mental health, but not your physical health. And maybe your mental and physical health, but not your financial health. And maybe all three of those, but not your spiritual health. All of those fall under the same umbrella, the gift of self-love, self-care, and self-respect. So if you refuse to respect yourself, others should respect you because it's the moral, humanly compassionate thing to do. But there is a flip side. If people are looking at you and saying, hey, you have no respect for yourself, you don't love yourself, and you don't care about yourself, why should I care about you? What you think, Big Red?
That's, these questions are really like some mirror type shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, fuck, because I gotta, speaking on myself, man, I be slacking, my self-care, bro. Like, you said, the mental, the physical, I gotta really, stop slacking on my physical, bro. Because you know what the hell you need to do. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes it's just like we need to put a kick in our own ass. You know what I'm saying? So, like you said, it ain't always simple and easy. I'm glad you put it out there like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm sure with a lot of people,
bro, you're not the only one that's goes
right
through it. You're just real enough to, because everybody wants to say that, hey, I'm a red pill alpha and I have no problems with females. But it's like, bro, you wouldn't be on the internet crying if you wasn't having issues with chicks. So it's like, just keep it real, bro. None of us are infallible. None of us are without flaws. So once again, I know people that are in like super great physical shape, making a bunch of money, but they mind ain't right. And then some people, they mind ain't right, and then they in great physical shape. It's all sorts of variations, and all of those people know that it's a problem. Your mind may be on a level of 100, but you need to work on the physical. And then some people that needs to work on the mental, just as well as you pointing out that flaw and saying, look, man, I do need to get this together. Many of these other people know they need to get it together too. They know that some of their finances are not in order. Look at the homosexuals running around saying, man, I got a six-pack and I'm slanging D everywhere. But look at your finances, bruh. You know that you need it. That's not practicing self-care, right? If you can't sustain yourself. So when people think of self-care, it's financial fitness, it's mental fitness, it's emotional, spiritual fitness, and physical fitness. Your diet is not just what you eat, it's what you consume entirely. So once you consuming all of these tatianas and getting all of their spiritual residue, that's part of your diet. When you going down and eating this vagina that you don't know where it's been, that's part of your diet as well. Once you watching all of this drill music and depravity, twerking left and right, watching all of this adult content on Pornhub and X videos, once you watching all of that stuff, that is part of your diet. Who controls your diet? Not Joe Biden, not Donald Trump. But let's get to the comments real quick before we continue. And Mr. Bryant says, being alone has been a task for many. When it's just you, oftentimes it's a lot to contend with. Many of us even like our own company. Being alone causes you to face yourself. It's true. You want to see how desirable you are? Take off all your clothes and go stand in front of the mirror. And imagine that this movie would be playing on the big screen. Then you be like, oh, yeah, bro, I need to shave. Oh, I need to do some manscaping. Oh, I need to lose these love handles. Then you'll do that. But they say mirror, mirror on the wall. You need to be that mirror telling yourself, mirror, mirror on the wall, man, I need to get some clippers and shave my balls. It's up to you, you know?
Oh man, I'm done with you, bro. How many times you gonna have me mute my fucking face, bro? I told you I don't like smiling and laughing and shit on camera. This shit hella bright. You see every fucking facial expression I'm making on this shit, man. Come on, bro.
That's what I'm saying. You got that new John UFO light. I'm seeing everything. You in HD, boy.
Fuck.
But Stan says Sharon is the Karen. Come up to Washington State. Stan is like the Snow Bunny senator in Washington. This cat got so much. Call him the abominable Stan Snowman. Or the abominable Ho Man. That kind of got some ring to it. And Stan says a lot of folks feel threatened by that because they will call you selfish and want you to give it to them. Shout out to It's Party Lime in the building. And then, of course, I don't know. I think I gave a shout out to Wally. But yeah, shout out to Wally.
Yeah, I don't think we did. Shout out to Wally, man.
Shout out to Wally. He's for the streets. And you feel me? Wally is one of the leaders of the blurred herd. What's that? The black nerds. And Mr. Bryan says, B-Eazy ain't leaving no meat on that bone tonight. We'll know once you grew up eating or drinking powdered milk or however you consume that, then you know we do not waste. And he says, take off all your clothes and then look in the mirror. Now, Stan is laughing, but it's true. Once you take off them clothes and then you start looking, you be like, man, I got some taco meat on the chest. These love handles ain't hidden. You start finding all sorts of flaws. Like, man, I didn't know I had this many stretch marks. I'm worried about the chicks. You do that. So I'm just saying.
You said, I didn't know I had that many stretch marks. I'm worried about the chicks.
Hey, don't sleep. Dudes be having the stretch marks too. I was hitting the weights and I was like, oh, damn, okay. Like, stretch marks popping out, but it's okay. But let's commence because I gotta get the Brodies. I gotta get the Brodies to chime in on this. But let me pull this one down. Hold up. But first, let me get to Stan said, not the stretch marks. Stan, you used to dealing with those snow bunnies. They have stretch marks too. It's just they got this little cream Invisalign or some other stuff like that to make it not as visible. But Stan, don't, and you Haitian, don't act like you don't know about the stretch marks. The stretch marks guide you to that magic box. But this one says, the tongue has no bones, but it's strong enough to break a heart. Be careful with words. And what I've been saying is that saying certain things are verbal assault. What is an assault? Assault is an attack. What is an attack? Violence. So you can spew and espouse verbal violence. And don't just say, hey, I got the freedom of speech. Because if dudes or people have the freedom of expression, you may have the freedom of speech and somebody may have the freedom to slap you or to throw you on the ground or to accost you or to respond to you in a violent manner. And you can't say, hey, I just said words. No, you committed an act of violence. Yes, there are levels to violence, just like there's levels to crime. Jaywalking is a crime. Fighting is a crime. Is it the same crime as homicide? Is it the same crime as bank fraud and torture? No, but they're still all crimes. So if you commit an act of violence, no one has to respond to your violence with the same level of violence that you use. If we are at war and you come to me with a 38 snub nose, I don't have to use a 38 snub nose. I could pull out an AK with an extended mag, and you can say, hey, I didn't use that against you. You used violence against me, and I'm going to escalate the violence. So that's why you should have de-escalated it to begin with. You should have avoided it. And that's the best way to kind of not have to be fighting for your life or fighting for your respect. But the tongue has no bones, but it's strong enough to break a heart. Be careful with your words. What say you, Big Rig?
I have a very bad mouth. I could say some pretty cold shit. And I think words can hurt more than a physical type of pain, because some of those words, man, they stick with you. You can heal from fucking wounds and shit. But some of them words, they stick with you, bro. And sometimes people can say things and you can't bounce back from it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it can be good, but it ain't the same anymore. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good one, bro. And I think a lot of people don't really understand that, and if they do, then they're just very, very evil, because people will say things to seem like they're going for the jugular, bro. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, where did that come from? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the outcome of this? You know what I mean? What are you trying to really do? You know what I mean? Are you trying to get me to, like, really, like, lose it? Like, I mean, what's the purpose of that? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, words are very, very strong, man. Very strong.
Yeah, I agree. And it's party limes. And Risa Neal says, I'm choking, y'all. Wow. What you choking on, Risa Neal? Hopefully it's PG-13. But do tell. Shout out to Risa Neal. Mr. Brian says, good truth. And I'm hoping you will come and bestow some good truth, my brother. And it's Party Lime says, even martial arts experts advise to avoid fighting if it can be helped. And it's true. So just because you have a weapon on you, you're supposed to show restraint. The true weapon is using your mind as a weapon to show restraint, to not use the weapon. So if I'm trained very proficiently, a black belt in martial arts, that's the physical weapon that I have. But my greatest weapon is my mind, to have the patience, to have the resolve to say, you know what, this fight is not even worth it. A lot of y'all dudes out there have kids. Are you willing to fight some stranger and go to jail and have your kids have an absentee father just because of your ego? Well, I'm not a punk, and I want to prove that I'm not a punk. So you prove that you're not a punk by beating somebody up and going to jail for multiple years.
Life and your choices.
And your kids' formative years. And you think, is your life even about you or about your kid? Once you start having kids, your life is
about you.
Yeah, you kind of are forfeiting your time and responsibility to them. So when you saying, oh, I'm still fighting for my pride and ego, what? Come on, bruh. And you think that that's gangster, that someone should revere you as a real man? Come on. You're fighting and get locked up to go to jail. Meanwhile, a dude is busting his butt, but I should give you more respect as a man because you did prison time? Come on, bro. Mr. Brian says the power of life and death is in the tongue. I would agree. That's why I keep telling people, be careful what you say, because you are committing acts of violence. And Stan says, as a nice person, keep pushing me. One words is my warning, and second words is finality. Okay, Stan, like he ain't playing. He like, man, I joke with the ladies, but if one of y'all Negroes run up on me, Stan gonna turn into Okay, I got you, Stan. Stan gonna turn into Pootie Tang on there, right? But shout out to Stan. But Risa Neal says, me too. That's why I keep that rocket. But but real talk, I'm very humble because of that. I will leave and won't say a word. And I agree. Everyone should keep a pocket rocket. I am a pro 2A advocate. Most of y'all don't have felonies. You don't have a record. So why? You try to say your ancestors died for the right for you to vote. They died for you to right to be able to be treated like a citizen, and the Constitution says that American citizens can possess firearms for their safety.
I don't drop shells.
Well, I'm dropping more
That was-
shells than Taco.
No, that was just a clue on the thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you said. I didn't want to, with all this self-snitching going on, I didn't want to say too much extra. That's why I was like, is Big Rig Tails? It's like,
Hey,
I almost was about to drop you down. Like, is he about to?
no, that's about it, bro. That's about it, brother.
Okay. All right, cool. So we almost done with this, and then after that, y'all can just go ahead and come up, and we will just keep it rocking from there. Definitely love y'all for coming in and representing. And matter of fact, I gotta give y'all the I can't just say thank you. I gotta give you the proper. You are now tuned into another installment of Easily Rigged on the Knowledge and Relationships platform. Your viewership and support is immensely appreciated. And for that, we thank you. Thank you. So let's go ahead and we're going to finish this. It's only like a couple seconds left of the video. And then whoever wants to come up, feel free. Okay, this is one. The less you respond to negativity, the more peaceful your life will become. And Big Rig, I know you feeling this one because we've had similar talks about this. And this kind of ties into one of the quotes or statements earlier. Now, I know a lot of people will just use the YouTube or social media streets as an example. A lot of y'all are saying, oh, people are so messy, and there's a bunch of YouTube beefs, and there's a bunch of gender war stuff. And it's like, every time I see a gender war, a lot of y'all cats be over there. Y'all be on the panels, y'all be on the comments. When there's some YouTube beef, a lot of y'all be over there on the panels and in the comments. If I ask y'all about the beef, some cats could say thoroughly, so-and-so was beefing with him, and then it started 2 months ago, and it's like, cool. If I need to get the rundown and some YouTube TMZ, I'm glad that it's some of y'all that have all of the info on the 411. But a lot of y'all are talking about people. You're not talking about building. You're not talking about a vision. You're not talking about, because a lot of these dudes purport themselves to be red pill gurus, right? So why you ain't with all of these fine chicks that you say that you're laying with? These chicks with the high value man, why you ain't with the high value man? Making them a sandwich, going on trips to Belize, etc. Instead, you're on YouTube responding to negativity. I know Big Rig said the other day, if I don't like hamburgers and I don't want hamburgers, I'm not going to get on a YouTube panel saying how bad hamburgers is. And they put bacon on hamburgers, and they put cheese, and it's grass-fed burgers. What? It's like, no, bro, I thought you didn't even like burgers. Why are you even, if you don't like burgers and you eating pizza all day, why are you not talking about pizza all day? If these dudes are smashing baddies, 9s and 10s all day, why are you talking about Tatianas? If these chicks have high value men, why are you talking about dusties all day? If you really got money, why are you talking about broke niggas all day? Do you think all of these rich billionaires, millionaires are sitting around talking about the broke people? If they talk about broke people, it's how they could exploit the broke people. Meanwhile, you were talking about the broke people as if you desire them, which a lot of y'all do, but you don't really want to admit that. So the less you respond to this negativity, the more peaceful your life will become. I had to unsub from some people. I liked their content, but when I saw all of this messy stuff, when I saw all the anti-blackness, I had to unsub. And your life will be
Spring cleaning.
your life will be a lot more peaceful because now you don't have to argue. You don't feel like, hey man, I need to get my point across, or I need to check this. A lot of these people are not worth the energy, and you're not going to convince them otherwise anyways. Most of these people live to be a contrarian. They get in their tribal bubbles and say, hey, you're a Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, black, white, yellow, whatever, and I oppose you just because of this. So people kind of feed off the negativity. When they say misery loves company, misery is the cousin or maybe the mother to negativity. So negativity and misery loves company, but so does positivity. So does peace. So instead of going to the pity party, go to the positivity party. It's going to be more people at the pity party, but you're going to be a lot more distressed, a lot more distraught. What you think, Big Red?
Facts, bro. Like, if I catch a lot of negativity coming from somebody, man, I'm just cool, bro. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I don't even gotta say nothing. I'm just, all right. I don't need it, bro. I'm not putting it out there. I don't want it. It's draining.
Hold
You know
on.
what I'm
Stan
saying?
says negativity is easy to handle. Cut that relationship out. We are not in high school.
It's a fact.
It's like, yeah, bro, don't nobody got time for playing these games. If you don't fool with me, cool, bro. Just throw the deuces. I'm not about to play with you or try to convince you to be my friend, bro. Like, that's out. And Risa Neal says negative things happen because some people cannot mind their own business. I do agree. People be on these panels arguing, and it's like, bro, do you even know this person? I'm seeing people arguing with people across the country that they never met with. People are over here falling in love, wanting to fight with people that they never met. It's tad bit goofy if you ask me, but you know, I believe people are entitled to their goofiness and buffoonery, but just keep it away from me. And It's Party Lime says, Risa Niels and Stan Joseph, things could get really messy in these YouTube streets with the docs, and it ain't worth it. Yeah, if somebody docs me, then I'm just saying you can pull up, but I hope that you got some Teflon. I hope that you got some artillery and some manpower, because it's not going to go the way you think it's going to go. And that's not a threat or anything. It's a proclamation of fact. But she says, Lime, that's a fact. Try to stand down, but also talk with the chat. Yeah, a lot of these cats ain't trying to stand down. They trying to stand up and hold their nuts, but they never done it in real life. You're trying to virtually hold your nuts? Like, come on, bruh. Don't do that. He says, what is doxing? Doxing is giving people's personal information, sometimes dropping people's address or saying, hey, Stan Joseph has 4 kids. His kid goes to Booker T High School. She wears, she likes to wear pink dresses on Saturday. That's doxing, giving personal information, putting people in harm's way. So there's multiple forms of it too. People could send screenshots of your private parts. That's kind of a form of doxing. People giving your address, people telling where you live, calling your job, trying to get you fired, people recording stuff that you said on a panel, sending it to your boss. That's doxing. And she said, fact. fuck around and find out. And like Stan says, that's war. And that's what I've been saying. Once you start doxing people and saying certain stuff, you're verbally assaulting them and verbally committing an act of violence. And there has been actual wars started for way less than that. So be prepared. He says people adding your family members on Facebook to get dirt on you, finding out your government name or job. Yeah, that is a form of doxing as well. I do agree. So yeah, you can dox me all you want, but it may not be the best decision that you will make. And I think this is the last one right here. It says, don't believe those who tell you they love you. Believe those who show you that they love you. Go ahead, Big Rig.
Yeah, that's everybody will tell you anything, man. Again, it goes to that heart to me, man. Like I just gotta, I gotta really see how you move, man. Because all them words and all that, I don't care about that, bro. You gotta show me, man. And I'm gonna do the same.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And too many times people will say, hey, I love you, because they know that those words are somewhat intoxicating, right? Sometimes people want to be loved so bad that when they hear that, they want to believe that it's true. But if your job keeps saying, hey, Big Rig, man, we really appreciate you, bro. It's like, are you going to give me a raise? Well, no, we love you, though. We love your work ethic. You come on the time. And it's like, well, I'm kind of struggling right now. A raise would help. It's like, well, we love you.
I
We
ain't trying to hear
can't
that.
give you a raise. You see what I'm saying? But if they did really love you, then they would know Big Rig is valuable and we're not paying him enough. We may not be able, he wants to get $50 an hour. We may not be able to pay him that, but we're going to try to find a way to get him 35, 40 an hour. And that's above what we're actually able to do. I'm just throwing out some random numbers. But that would be a showing that of love and appreciation. Otherwise, people will take that for granted and use it. They'll weaponize the action of love, but then also the word. Some people will know that, hey, I know this person loves me, so they'll manipulate that and kind of use it kind of like a how, if you know about jujitsu, how people are able to use their weight against you and do like a flip. People do that with love. They kind of like jujitsu emotionally flip you with your love. If they know, hey, I got this person, man or woman, right where I want them, I could kind of play with their emotions. I don't have to necessarily show them. I can just continue to use my words and persuade them, because love, and the thought of love keeps people in a kind of hypnotic state. What you think?
Yeah, it does, man. Like I can even just go to a quick little story, man. It's got to kind of deal with a church out here. You know what I'm saying? There's a big super church out here. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm at. My boy was going to it. You know, churches, they always act like, it's all love. You feel me? Like, help you, we pray for you, whatever. But the thing that was cold, man, like I said, don't believe everybody that tell you they love you, bro, because, like hard times, there was a person in the church going through some hard times, bro, was about to get kicked out of their house. This is called a super church, bro. So with these super churches, they're really, really big, man. And they pull in a lot of money, you know what I'm saying, when church is in service, bro. And, these people, that was and my boy went to the church. He told me the story. And the family, you know what I'm saying, that was at the church, man, was like, hey, we about to get kicked out, this, and this. We need help. Super church. You know what the pastor did, bro? He said, what we're going to do? We're going to pray for this family. We're going to pray for this family, bro. You know what I'm saying? Instead of taking up a collection of something, super church. we could have got you a couple rack right here, right now. You know what I'm saying? Y'all take care of that. Y'all good for the month. You know what I'm saying? Where was the love at? They tell you, they preach a good one. But where was the love at though?
Where the love go? Yeah, I got you, Big Rick, but let me just pull this up. The last slide was, don't believe those who tell you they love you, believe those who show you that they love you. So we're going to go ahead and drop that one out. But yeah, and let me just get to the chat real quick. But while Risa Neal says, yes, always fuck what a person say, watch what they do. I agree. Wally says, I find it funny how ninjas can put all that energy into doxing someone, but they don't have that same energy into something positive for them and who they rock with. Drama sells. I agree. It just don't really play well with me. Now, some of the drama is funny if it's on like a TV show or a movie. If you have time, some downtime, some of that stuff is entertaining and funny.
Bro, they trying to make this shit a damn movie.
Reality show.
You know what I'm saying?
So I'd rather watch a real movie with actual actors versus, you know, a bunch of like weirdo imbeciles online cosplaying gangsters. Don't want to see that. But it looks like we got Stan saying churches do love that bombing. He says salute the brethren. Don't trust them high profile churches, which I don't. And he says church is a joke always and forever. So M3,
damn, he put that song on it.
He is coming in hot.
That boy, he's
always and forever. The churches don't love you.
Man,
they'll take your money and your wives and your kids too.
Man.
And shout out to Wally. He says, I go to the real comedian on YouTube, not them. Like, it's true. Like, bro, if y'all want to do all this drama, you could go watch Baddies West or Love and Hip Hop or what's that? The Real Housewives of Atlanta. If you want to see some drama, I don't want to come on here to see you niggas arguing.
The real dumb fucks of YouTube.
Hey, is doxing legal? I thought that was illegal.
YouTube. There's a lot of stuff. Well, it depends on what state you're in. It's probably illegal in California. Like in California, you can't film someone without their consent. And if you try to upload it or put it up, they definitely have some action to sue you.
Wow.
These
so
other
people doing this and not knowing they get sued?
Well, a lot of people don't care. You seen that the dude
Stan ain't been paying attention to these YouTube streets, bro. Your mind would be blown, Stan. You may even move in a different fashion, Stan, the way these cats be working on you, bro. I'm trying to tell you, brother.
Stan been face deep and waist deep in that snow. Stan been face deep and waist deep in that snow bunny.
Oh Lord, you gonna have to black
been in the sun too long.
I'm just saying.
I don't know what's going on.
Say it with your chest, Stan.
No, I'm just saying, like, look, I ain't trying to get in trouble with the sisterhood.
Okay,
so
I got you. Yeah, hey, Stan, you is the Brody. I do not.
Hey,
want
Stan, I feel you, brother. Hey,
yeah,
I don't want to get that voodoo on you.
Cause you know, like what you call Starbucks had this drink called the Blonde, right? And I used to put on my Facebook like, here I am with another blonde.
Drink, right?
Yeah, it's just a drink. It's just it's like a different brew, right? And all the black women was on there like, you and these damn white girls, like, I'm at Starbucks. I posted. It's their drink. I'm promoting it. They took it, like, I'm like, okay, you know what? Let me just stop it. I'm like, it's a drink. Major Blige been blonde for 15 years or 25. So, you know, I could be talking about a black woman, but I made sure everybody knew it was about the drink. It wasn't about me with a white girl. But they took it there. So I learned my lesson. I'm like, let me not post anything about white women.
Yeah, anytime you do that, it's going to automatically be assumed that you want some colorism, self-hating stuff.
Yeah,
Now that ain't fair, but that's just the way the game goes.
You better be careful.
facts.
Oh,
Facts.
Stan, we were kind of like trying to have a more complete, balanced discussion. So that's why it all ties back to what the main topic is: disrespect. Is disrespect the only thing that people respect?
I'm going to say yes. It seems like what I see in this world, people disrespect people like people respond better to disrespect. People respond to people who are bullies. People like to hang out with people who are bullying other people. It's like anything evil, people just like it. Like nobody has any respect for somebody who's doing something respectful or kind or caring. You take that as a weakness, and that's sad.
Yeah, no, it's extremely sad. And actually, I'm glad you up, Stan, because this other video, it says it's supposed to be how to respond to disrespect. Now, maybe not every slide and visual. I think just some of the visuals, but just how we were doing the other ones, we gonna just kind of pull them up and have a discussion from there. So I'm gonna go right into it. And shout out to the Wings of Positivity because
Shout out.
They
Shout out
did.
to M3.
They
He going
did.
crazy in the comments.
Oh, M3. Hold on. I'm gonna get to the M3 comment because I know he over there wilding out in the chat. M3 was up here, but what happened, bruh? But let's see what he says. M3
He said,
says,
shut your American Eagle ball there.
That's crazy. Yeah, M3 cutting up in the chat. Shout out to M3. But let's go ahead and add that. So now this is how to respond to disrespect. And Stan, I'm going to give you the first crack at it. So it says, ask the person to clarify what they meant and the intention behind what they said. So this is how you respond to disrespect. So we want to open up the discussion and say what you agree with, disagree, or expound on the statement.
I would have to disagree with this one. The only reason why, right, is because a lot of times we do not know we're dealing with a covert narcissist. This is not how I respond to that type of person. So for me, I let them know, one, I know your intentions are. Two, you think I'm this person who's not going to, handle you. And three, I'll put it out there because that's something like narcissists don't like, is when you publicly put their stuff out there, how they've been disrespectful. So that's why I wouldn't even do that.
But you're saying that you already know what their intention is. So you're assuming what their intention is versus asking what their intention
because
is.
we're all adults. So why would another adult come at you very disrespectful, knowing like they're trying to test a limit? You're not a child, nor are you my child.
Having a bad day.
Again, you're not my child. I don't owe you kindness, so don't take my kindness for weakness. So I'm gonna put you in your place. It's very Haitian. There's a word that we say in Haiti. I ain't gonna put it out in there because I don't want people to say it. But it's the equivalent when you hear Jamaicans say "bomoclad," that means grab everything and get going. But it's a word that she says, but it's like letting them know, like, hey, get beside yourself. That's a nicer way of saying it. Get beside yourself. Check them. But I don't care about, like, I need to know your intentions and all the other stuff. Nah. You thought I'm the person that's going to take it. No, I'm not taking this. So whatever it is, you're a punk and you're a coward. Who you mad about and who you mad to, take it back to them. But you're not taking it to them because you're scared. You're not going to give it to me.
So do they intentions just not matter to you at all or what?
Nah. Take it to the person that is meant for. Because again, you're a punk and you're a coward. Take it back to them.
All right, Stan. What you got, Big Rick? And mind you, this is where we're talking about kind of diffusing disrespect and how you respond to disrespect in a respectful manner. Now, I'm not saying that you're obligated to respond to disrespect in a respectful manner, but this is the premise behind this short video. So it's saying that you typically should ask the person to clarify what they mean and actually have them stand on the intention behind what they said. What you think?
Yeah, I understand the question. I'm calling the question, bro. I'm not gonna make any assumptions or take a guess or anything. I'm gonna deal with it right there in real time. What is you talking about? What you getting at? I'm gonna need some clarification because I'm gonna need to know where we going with this. You know what I'm saying? I need to know what your temperature is like with this. You know what I mean? Like I need to know these things.
Yeah, tell me directly, right? Don't dance around. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? When people is just like speaking vaguely, if it's beef, then just say that clearly. Because if somebody look at you and say, "Man, fuck you, Big Rig," now you already know what type of time it is. But
Right.
if you just over there saying like, "Nah, bro, it's cool, man." Nah, brother, use your words. Tell me what you talking about. Nothing, bro.
Right.
It's good, bro. Usually when people say it's good or I ain't even tripping, usually it's not good and they are tripping.
Yeah, and they caught up and they know you call them on their shit.
Correct. So just stand on it. So I'm with that. And actually by asking, you kind of clarify the intention too, because some people will be like, "Hey, bro, I didn't even want no smoke with you. My bad. I was having or you took it the wrong way." But if Cat is like, nigga, so what? Nigga, I'll turn up then. It's like, cool. Just by me asking that, now I know what the intention is. And now I am crystal clear about, how this situation is going to proceed. So I'm with you on that, Big Rig. I do hear what Stan was saying. And I don't think it's completely invalid. I just think Big Rig answer is more in alignment with what I'm saying, because I don't necessarily want to assume. I want actual clarity. I could assume and presume, but what if my assumption happens to be wrong? They're usually not, but we all make mistakes and are infallible. So in order to eliminate the possibility of me being wrong with an assumption, I'll ask a question and then I'll get a definitive answer. With the assumption, I'm assuming the answer and it's mere speculation. It's actually not really the truth because you're speculating. But if you ask someone outright, they're going to give you the facts of how they truly, genuinely feel about you. And that's the clarity and that's the intention. So it's actually two birds with one stone in that regard. But let's get to the chat. And she says, "Y'all still up?" Absolutely.
Yeah, one thing real quick, B-Eazy.
Yeah.
It's a party line. Where you from, man? You said it's 642 out there, man. Like, man, I really appreciate you, man. What area? Where you from, man?
Shout out
I'd
to
find that
Party
out.
Line. Yeah, where exactly are you from, Party Line? Just let us know what country you in. City, state, province, if you would like to. And Creative Solution says, ask them why did they say that? And then apologize ahead of time for their attitude towards you. Just say, "I'm sorry if I did anything to you or offended you." And some people do that as well. I think it depends on the situation and the purpose, but the person. But some people do that too. Like if they know that Big Rig, like, man, Big Rig is tripping, and I'll just go straight to Big Rig and say, "Hey, look, bro, if I offended you in any type of way, my bad, but could you let me know if it's some type of smoke or beef?" Now, was I obligated to do that? No. But if I already know that, hey, eventually we're going to butt heads and it's going to escalate into some physical altercation and violence, being the bigger man, it's actually more gangster to go up to somebody and say, "Look, bro, you with the shit, I'm with the shit, bro. Let's just cut the shit and squash it." That's actually more gangster than, you feel me, I pull up on him, shooting at him, he shooting at me, and people's close family members is getting knocked down, and everyone wants an eye for an eye. That's ruthless, that's savage, but nothing to glorify. Now, if it is a necessary evil because you need to protect yourself, but if you're just doing that to get a rep and say, hey, I dropped something and I can put it on the ground, this is really nothing gangster about that. And Creative Solution says some people are just hot-headed and want you to fight. They get more mad if you don't react. They want your energy, and the people that want your energy, you know what they're called? Emotional vampires, because all they do is try to suck the life and energy out of you. Emotional vampires. Disrespect is definitely a hard pill to swallow. It takes a lot of faith not to lose your cool. It is the hardest pill to swallow. That's why I said showing restraint is more gangster. If you have a gun, I mean, how much effort does it really take for you to pull out your gun and pull the trigger? It really doesn't take much effort, but how much effort does it take for you to know that you have a gun, know that you have a family at home, and to say, you know what, this is not worth risking it all. I want to go back home to my family, and this dude is not worth throwing my life over. People will say, man, I like to smash chicks and take red pills and watch Netflix and eat pizza and then go to Roof Chris on Fridays. Okay, cool. After this fight and you bash this dude's head in, you ain't about to do none of that stuff that you just named for multiple years. And mind you, your kid is going to grow up, and what you going to say? Don't have no niggas around my kid. You ain't even around your kids, nigga. Shut up. And then Creative Solution says, facts, that is more gangster. If anyone wants to refute that, I'd be happy to. That I will debate you on. And I don't even do debates.
Hey, you know what's crazy, B-Eazy? I used to have that type of thinking, man. Like, nah, you ain't gonna have nobody around my kid. It's like, that's so garbage, bro.
What was motivating that way of thinking? Did you think that she would have someone around your kid because I'm glad, because that actually is a respect and disrespect thing. And some people, I've seen some chicks where they have a dude around their kids that's actually doing more for their kids than their biological dad. And then I've seen chicks where they have dudes around that just wants to smash on their mom, and he can give a flying fudge about your kids. So I understand people that want to step in and say, look, I don't want some dude that just sees my kid as just an extra mouth to feed, and he doesn't want anything to do with them. What was the angle that you were coming with when you were feeling that way?
The angle was more of a selfish thing, bro. It was more of a just,
kind of like pride and ego.
Yeah, man. Because and what it was is just like it's just nonsense, bro. Because that's like me say I'm, whatever, and fucking you tell me, oh, I don't want the kid around your new woman or whatever for whatever. It's like, huh? You know what I mean? It ain't logical. Now, if there was a real reason behind it, you know what I'm saying? I get it. But I just had that thinking just off the cuff. You know what I'm saying? It was some really trash thinking, bro.
Stan,
you
there?
Yep, I'm here.
So did you hear Big Rig? So you know how I laid it out now. I know that you are a father, and you may personally have not dealt with this, but Stan, it's always story time with Stan. So if you haven't personally dealt with this, I know other people around you have. So when you hear people that are saying, don't have no niggas around my kids, and they don't even be around their kids, or some are trying to be around their kids, but these chicks are playing games with the courts. Could you speak on that a little bit, if you've experienced that personally, or if you've seen that scenario play out? Well, I know you have seen it because you're Haitian.
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
I was like, y'all seen all of this stuff. Speak on it.
I've seen
man.
it. Like, I've seen, like, man, even at an early age, like, even like with when I was a teenager, with my friends who are like being teen dads, women know how to tear down a man, and they know how to be disrespectful and like test the limits, and just out of like, well, you love this kid, so let me go ahead and not honor your requests and be disrespectful to hurt you.
So Stan, let me ask you this. Do you think they were trying to be disrespectful, or do you think that they were trying to find a
No, they were being
suitable
disrespectful.
stepdaddy?
They were being disrespectful. They know what they're doing. Cause you
But
know
hold
how
on,
to hurt somebody.
hold on, Stan. You keep saying that you was assuming. Could you be assuming wrong and just speculating? Maybe they
No,
were looking for a stepdaddy that was better than their biological daddy. Is that a
this
possibility?
no, the stepdaddy's always gonna be Zaddy, which is the government. Nobody can beat Section 8, food stamps, WIC.
I see. I see why you divested, Stan.
We're from the Bay Area. We ain't gonna lie.
I respect your honesty, Stan. That's
We
why I'm
ain't gonna lie.
glad.
That's why Stockton's still around in Antioch. So we won't call them out. Everybody got Section 8, got them big houses. So
For sure, yeah, they have been showing love.
So yeah, man, we seen it all the time. So disrespect, women know how to tear down a man, and they'll block you from being with the child, but have this stranger around your child all the time. So like, not saying all women, and of course, ladies know full well, I'm not saying all, but you ladies know some men
Yeah,
that like that.
I don't know if Creative Solutions agrees with you, because I think this is a young lady, but she says no comment.
Which therefore she agrees.
Hey, I can't refute that, because if I stand up at the mountaintops and say 2 + 2 is 4, and then somebody look at me and say no comment, seems like I was right. You didn't say I was wrong, right? You didn't
Yeah.
say I was lying. Uh-oh, I was waiting for this one. I was about to bring up the visual, and you're more than welcome to come up, Creative Solutions, but here goes the infamous. I wish I had I got to get my sound effects up, because I do got them, but I just need to get my soundboard, because I would hit you with a dun 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 right here, because she's hitting you with the "Who Hurt You," but she remixed it. She said he sounds hurt. Why is that his argument? See, we was trying to move on, but Stan, you got Miss Creative Solutions triggered in the chat. And Stan, who hurt you, bruh?
Oh Lord, like you care.
No comment.
That's the truth. Women, you have an opportunity.
Bro, Stan,
like,
you
when
cutting
you
up
ask
right
somebody
now.
who hurts you, right? When guys, we ask a female who hurts you, and they go ahead and tell what we do. We comfort them, and with next thing you know, you got yourself a man. Ladies, you go around like, who hurt you, so you can have ammunition. So, so no, don't worry about it.
Well, she is coming with the fire. Shout out to Creative Solutions. She got some rebuttals for you, Stan. She says, I said no comment because why are we talking about Section 8 and food stamp? So she's saying that you kind of are out of pocket by even bringing up Section 8 and food stamp. But
Section 8 and food stamp come from Zaddy. I ain't say just Section 8 and food stamp. Section 8 and food stamp got it it came from Zaddy. It came from an entity. So
he did specifically say that this is not all women. I did hear him make that reference, and then this was for a specific scenario, because we were talking about certain women that will say, hey, I don't want to have, I'll keep the kid from his biological dad, but then they'll have a stepdad or some other person around. So we were talking about a specific scenario. I don't think you were saying that this is all women or most women. If you were saying that, then
and we all know we don't fall for that trap. We don't fall for that all. For what we're not talking about all. We want to say nothing about no all. I put like directly Zaddy,
Stan, you own
government, and it was just straight up right there. Everything was right there, context, everything to make it clear. And it's like, it's the facts. You know how to hurt a man. You know how to be disrespectful to the man because you don't love him anymore. So you know how to be, because men, we run on respect. And you know that. And you know how to be disrespectful to a man. You just know that. Like, women are not clueless. They're very smart. They're conniving. So let's not play these games. They're smart. That's okay.
Well, I'm trying to play the video, but I am liking the exchange because Creative Solutions said
She ain't back. Hey, she ain't backing up,
down.
man.
She
She's
said,
No,
standing
and
10
that's
toes
okay.
down.
She says,
You don't have to back it up. You can back,
said-
it's okay.
she says, Stan, that was a lame excuse.
Mhm.
Those,
Lame.
she's saying men that say that, which
Mhm.
referring to you, they are trying to be a part of the pity club.
Oh,
are
that's
you
nice.
are you feeling sorry for yourself, Stan?
Oh, that's so sweet and kind.
Stan
Thank
the
you.
pity man.
You know what I'm saying? Pity party. You know, I wish Zaddy take care of me, give me Section 8 food stamps.
Hey, I would love to have Section 8 right now. I'll be
He's back on it.
I mean, straight up, can you imagine going on trips, Fawcett on Instagram, get some
Hey,
more
bro.
money,
Hey, especially if they granted you Section 8 in Seattle. Oh my goodness, we would never see this player again.
No, I'll take my Section 8 to like Las Vegas.
Okay.
Peace out.
The whole capital, huh? Okay.
Still letting you have it in the chat though, Stan. Still letting you have it in the chat.
I'm gonna play one more thing and then I'm gonna get back to it because Creative, and you're welcome to come up here if you want, and I'll definitely moderate the discussion so you won't be attacked in any type of way. But M3 says, Stan, you may have to show your face so these women can see how assertive you are. And she says, we hear you, and she feels sorry for you. And she says, you can get food stamps too. You got to qualify.
Please, they give men nothing. What kind of food stamps they give them men? Men only get what? $50?
Bro, you'd be lucky if you get $50. Hey, I would take that $50 right now, but trust me, you know what they gonna say is that you make too much.
Man, this girl don't care about no men. They get nothing.
The only way men can get it is if they go down and say that they homeless. Otherwise, they gonna say you make too much. For reals, bro.
We're always gonna make too much. We ain't never gonna get it. We don't get no Section 8. We get nothing.
No
all
way.
that to say is this, right?
No homeless shelters.
Oh, we might have to go to a shelter instead of like a nice apartment.
Yeah, but the shelters, they show
the local Salvation Army.
Yeah, they show preferential treatment to women and kids. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't, but that is true. She said not true. What is not true? Because I'm gonna be real, I don't know any men that are I'm just only speaking of the men. I'm not saying this. She says college students and young men get food stamps. Those college students live with their parents and they don't have a job, which means they don't have any income. That's why they qualify. And the young men too, a lot of young men, those young men that qualify, they don't have jobs. And the ones that do, they're either working part-time. Look up the qualifications to even get it. She's saying stop the cap. It's true. Are you on food stamps, Creative Solutions? Because you seem to be going hard about the food stamps because
it wasn't about the food stamps. I'm just saying Zaddy takes good care of the women and the kids, so she can be disrespectful to the man, and it's okay. We see it all the time. How many shootouts have we had on the freeway all the time with these women and the baby daddies? The Bay Area is notorious for all this stuff.
Hey, to keep it real, where I'm at, Highway 4, it had the most freeway shootings and killings in like the entire country, and San Jose and San Francisco has the most pedestrian and vehicular homicides and road rage incidents, and of course LA too.
Yeah, y'all be tripping on Highway 4. They was trying to do that shit a little bit on the 580, man. But y'all be tripping on 4.
Yeah, they've been turning up. But
Creative Solution, now they're hurt. Now you need to ask them who hurts them.
Hold on,
so you
Stan.
can stop the shooting.
Hold on, Stan. You can ask her because she says I'm a single mom and I don't get any handouts. So maybe you make too much, but if you didn't make that much, you would be eligible for those handouts. And I don't think no one was just saying that, hey, I don't think anyone characterized it as a handout. Maybe Stan was doing that.
No,
He
I
did.
wasn't doing that. I just put a.
You said
It's
assistance,
crazy how
right?
this stuff takes place, right? It has nothing to do with you. Why would you speak on those issues? It have nothing to do with you. Number one, and number two, I put a stamp on it for like
A
hey,
disclaimer.
yeah, disclaimer stamp. Like, look, these are people
Hold on.
that have done that in the past.
Let me hit him with this one. Please be advised, the opinions of our panelists, guests, and chat are not necessarily the viewpoints of knowledge and relationship. All right, go ahead, Stan.
This is messed up. If 84 was here,
He did pop up for a little bit, but then
I always get these disclaimers.
She says, damn, how'd I get in this? I thought this was just between her and Stan. Now she said, y'all.
Yeah, she done piggybacked me into everybody. Shit.
Creative Solution then made this a RICO. It was all Stan. Now you turned this into a RICO charge? Okay. So she says, y'all are giving
because we on the panel, so we stand with him. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all giving women, not all women. Like, come on. I was putting that like disrespectfulness. There are women. And you said no comment. There are women we all know.
And she spelled Stan wrong. She spelled it YALL.
Hey, Stan, you don't even got to explain, bro. This the brotherhood. You feel me?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean the sisterhood?
No, I'm talking about now she drug us in here, so now we're part of the brotherhood now.
Yeah, she spelled Stan YALL.
Hold on, Stan. Because okay, here she go. Let me just make sure. Hold up, real quick.
No.
Hold up. Creative Solutions. Is that really you?
No,
yes,
you gotta.
It is.
Okay, cool. I was like, we didn't know if. Because last time we didn't know when somebody put some WAP on the screen. So
I know. I was there last time.
Okay, cool. And you know, they be kind of like taking people channels and stuff too. So we didn't know. It's like, is this the real Creative Solutions but so let me just go right here and I'm gonna let you rock out first. And then we were trying to get back into the video, but this has been a great exchange. And she says, y'all are giving. First, it was Stan who said anything, and then you just gonna lump us all in together. But
okay, I didn't mean. But y'all was over here piggybacking and having jokes also, so that's why I looked y'all in there. But this was for Stan though.
Okay, so all right, so I'm gonna set this up for you and speak your piece, and then Stan gonna give his rebuttal. But she said, y'all are giving women a bad rap to get food stamps. So since you retracted it and said it was for Stan, what did you hear that was offensive or that you think painted women in a negative light about receiving food stamps in Section 8? Go ahead, Miss Creative.
Okay, so first and foremost, you know, we always having the discussion, right? And all of a sudden, is always that one person that wants to come up here and just all of a sudden bring women up in the mix and talk about food stamps and baby daddy issues and this, that, and the third. So I was just questioning Stan, like, why did you have to come up here and make that argument? It's like, are you dealing with that on an everyday basis? It's like, not everybody is dealing with that. And we were talking about just respect. You just took it to a whole nother aspect. And I'm just sick and tired of that. Every time we get on these panels, they always come after, you know, Black women who are on food stamps. And I just feel like they just try to demoralize us.
First of all, it's not Black women, because we all know that white people are the beneficiary of all food stamps.
Hold on, Stan. Let her finish, Stan.
Finish her final thought, and then you're gonna have the floor to rock.
Okay, so you got go for it. Oh, my bad.
Maybe he probably could have reworded it different and you can talk about situations, you know. But he just went down all the way down to like food stamps, government handout, and all of this stuff. And baby daddy and bringing around the kids and yeah.
So hold on, creator. Before hold up, Stan. I'm coming right to you. I just want to clarify because we don't do the assumption. But
Stay
creator,
muted, Stan. God dang it.
did you hear when he said not all, and that he was speaking about a specific contingent of women?
Yes, I did hear him say not all, but still, the simple
Thank
fact
you.
that he brought that up.
You thought he came out of left field with that?
No.
Yeah, I'm just maybe just me because I'm just sick of hearing that argument. It's
Nah,
annoying.
I totally respect it. So I'm gonna just let him respond, and then after he get his thought out, you can respond, and then we'll just move on with the show. So Stan, what's your
Yeah.
rebuttal?
Okay. Rebuttal was this. I said teenage dads, right? This started when I was like a teenager, seeing my friends going through it as teenage dads or 20-something dads, right? What I pointed out was that she don't have to be respectful to him because she has Zaddy. And that was the government assistance. So when we comes down to respect, she don't have to follow the rules from the father of her child. She don't. She already have support. So it doesn't matter what he says and what
But
he
that's
thinks.
one-sided. We don't know what's their relationship. What if he
Again,
tells her and he picked that situationship? And we sit here and be giving the woman all the blame. Yeah, give the woman
it's
all the
not the
power. And you
blame. But
no,
she
because
know how
you
to be
sit down here and
disrespectful.
you just
We're
said
not
it.
done yet.
You just
Hold on,
said
hold
it.
on. I'm not
She
done
has
yet. I'm
daddy.
not
How
done
do
yet.
you know that?
Okay,
I'm not done
hold
yet
on,
because there's
creative. Let him
statistics.
get his thoughts off, and then you can come back.
Yeah, I'm not done yet. Because here's the thing. It was just based on the experience from what I seen and what my friends have to go through. And that's what I based it on. And then based it
Okay.
on
Did you go through
any...
that, sir?
Hold on, not done yet. I'm really not done yet.
Oh, no, let him finish
Not
creative, and
done
then we're
yet.
gonna let you get in for sure. Just let him finish.
So look, that's what I put in. And I just put in like, look, there's Zaddy, and we all understand this stuff, the term Zaddy, where it comes from. I didn't even put a color, nor race, ethnic group, or nothing. I just put it very bland and generic, and I just left it at that. So
No,
it
you
don't have
said the
to be
Bay
all this other
Area.
stuff. Well, the Bay Area is very diverse, right? And those of us in the Bay Area, we
Are
all
you
can
in the
relate
Bay
because we
Area,
all seen
creator?
it.
Listen, I wasn't born yesterday. We're not kindergarteners. Obviously, you're on a black show. You're black. You're talking from a black experience. So you're talking about black people. Is that yes or no?
No. Because again, the Bay Area is very diverse.
So you're telling me you were brought up in a diverse area. You wasn't brought up in a black household, but you didn't go to school with black people. You're not talking about your
Especially if you're
friends.
coming from the Bay Area, trust me, we don't have anything black. Our black spaces is very small.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. There's a lot of gentrification. Are you in the Bay Area, Creative Solutions, or what?
No, I'm not in the Bay Area. But when I grew up in a predominantly black area. I grew up in New York City and Brooklyn. So that's where I grew up.
Okay.
And I went to school with nothing but black kids. So that's just my experience. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm basing stuff on experience. I was not basing stuff on emotions or statistics. I based it on an experience of what I've seen for other people. Now, as far as my personal experience, I will say this. After hearing about this doxy stuff, and also what I know about my dealing with a lot of women, a lot of times being personal and being open with women could be used against you. So for me to be open with any woman, I gotta trust you and I gotta see how you move. I'm not open to any woman, especially a woman I never met before. No.
Okay. I
May
think.
I chime in, family?
Yeah, go ahead. Rock out, bro.
84,
What's
my
going on?
advocate. Come on in.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
Hey, I don't know. I don't know. You might be the wild card.
What's
Go
going
ahead, Mr.
on?
Best.
Easy. Look, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not taking nobody's side. I'm just speak facts. We gotta stop having these circular ass conversations. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've come up with like mad topics, and every time it always goes back to fucking men versus women. That shit is fucking annoying. Cause I really put in a lot of fucking work in what I do. It's annoying. It's annoying. Like, I'm not even discussing anything on what sis said. Whatever she said is what she said. I mean, it don't really matter about, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not even talking about her perspective, but it's just like, I'm just going off just like the key things. Like, can we just have conversations about things and not bring up men versus women? Like, for once, like we not fucking kids, man. I'm almost 40. Some of us are already 40. Like, either you can get to a woman or you can't. And the same thing with women. Like, women do the same shit though. Like, women come up here, they come up with all these bullshit ass reasons of why they can't find a man, and they trying to find themselves and all this other bullshit. When really you just can't find a man based on your attitude or whatever the fuck else. Like, either you can find it at this point or you can't. At this point, I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I really don't. I really would like us just to have conversation. If we're gonna have the man and woman conversation, let's have it where we actually come up with a solution and we actually give it different perspectives. You know what I'm saying? If not, then the shit is just irritating to me. You know what I mean? Now some people, they may still like that rap shit, or still like the shit that goes on these other channels. And fine. I'm not telling you what to watch on YouTube. I'm not telling you to be feminism or manosphere or whatever pill you want to be. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like when we come in our space, can we at least do something different? Or let's be the difference that we said we're gonna be. If we not gonna be that difference, then what the fuck are we doing? You know what I'm saying? I don't even want to be on this shit, to be honest with you. I'm only on this shit for two reasons. One, because M3 asked me to, and two, to carry on QB's legacy. Me personally, I don't want to be on this shit. I want to be doing my career shit and fucking out here in Silicon Valley and making money. I really don't give a fuck about this, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? And trying to figure out ways to reconnect with my family back and out here and everything else, and do some fly shit and have fun. That's it. Everything else don't matter to me, bro. Salute to OG Patrice. I see you in the building. You know what I mean? Lisa Butterfly, recently. I see everybody in the building. What's good, y'all? But all this circular conversation shit, man, like, we got to elevate past that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to elevate past that shit. We're going to talk about shit that's affecting our community. It's a lot of shit that's affecting our community. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't just relationships. It's a lot of shit that we can talk about. And I like the way B-Eazy, how you kind of had a different quotes in the beginning. You know what I mean? Pointing out the aspects of respect and disrespect. You know what I'm saying? It's funny you used the Joker too. That kind of gave it a twist, and I like that shit. That was a good spin on it. But salute to you for doing that. You know what I mean? You and Riggs, you always got a Joker in your hand. I do these topics and shit, man. Like, I love that shit. But yeah, man, that's my perspective, man. I would love to answer respect and disrespect question. You know what I mean? You know, and talk about what it means to me. You know what I mean? If y'all want to ask here for that, but yeah.
Yeah, cool. So
look, you mind if I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Nope. Go ahead, M3.
Look, I'm only going to say this once, and hopefully this will be the last time me saying this. Okay, all right. Now, I'm always open for people to give their opinions in the chat or whatever, right? But you guys in the chat are too focused on these men versus women topics, right? It's like you guys got so much testosterone or so much estrogen that's just running around too much. Let me just say this, right? For the people, and this is not the people in the panel, but I'm just saying overall, right? Look, man, we did 3 fucking weeks, okay, of pandering you women, right? Of certain topics, okay? Not once have I got no money from y'all, all right? But that's not the point. The point is that if you look through all of our videos, we always be talking about some real shit. So if it's your turn, right, to, get talked about, then that's just what it is. And fucking deal with it. Okay? You can't go around and say that, oh man, like, we always talk about you women and we always talk about this and that. No, fuck that. Shut the fuck up. Okay? I'm just putting it out there and being real on it. All right.
But hold on, M3. What about this disclaimer though? Even this ain't good enough. Could you speak on that?
Look, man, people can't read. That's the problem, right? I could say all I want to say, that this is not financial, political, medical, legal, whatever, right? If you don't read the disclaimer, that is on y'all when you guys get your feelings hurt. Okay? Look, man, the point of this title is it's all about disrespect to get respect, but learning how to get respect without having to be disrespectful at the same time. Why don't y'all learn from that? Who cares, man? Look, if y'all can't get a man, look, man, that's your fault. And man, if you can't get a woman, sorry, I said women. If you can't get a woman, that's your fault as well too. Deal with it. But we come to these panels, stay on the topic, okay? And learn something from it. That's all I'm going to say.
Cool, and I'm just going to get right back into it since that was a great segue. And I'm going to go to Mr. Best first. And this one is saying essentially how to respond to disrespect. And we talking about, do you agree with this or not agree with this method? Or do you want to expound on it? So let's see. Hold up. Let me go right here and bam. So we already did that one. So let's do. So hold up. It says sometimes people mean well, but the words don't come out right. So could you speak on that, Mr. Best?
It just means that some people don't really know at times how to say the right things. You know what I mean? They may not be as the education or just the way that they speak or the things that they have, they may not have all the, the correct vernacular to say things a certain way. They may just be, they may only speak slang or whatever, man. Like they may just come from a different background and they don't really know how to say something, but they're just really trying to convey a message to you because they really care. But sometimes the way they may say it may come off wrong and they're not really meaning it. But, that's just life. That happens. You know what I'm saying?
So let me just ask you this real quick, because I do agree, because sometimes people do mean well, and this is kind of shout out to KS, what some people were saying, like, hey, we think he means well, but we don't like his tone or his delivery. What do you think people could do to respond to someone when the words don't come out right? Because let's say that you say something and you say it out of love, but I don't know that you're saying it out of love. How do you think that person should respond? Disrespectfully? Should they have a discussion with you? What should be the next actions?
I would say that the reason why that happens is y'all got to chill in the chat too, man. You know what I mean? I'll address that in a second. But
hey, do that shit, and I will time you guys out. I'm just letting y'all know. But thank you for rechecking your statement, Lisa. It's all good.
Yeah, I'll address that in a second. But let me say this though, and you know what I mean? My thing is this: at the end of the day, like, you could just tell them, hey, look, bro, like, I hear you, but it's the way that you're saying this, like the way you're saying it. You know what I mean? I find it disrespectful, And some people, I'm about to try to have a conversation with somebody, and it went totally left. They're like, oh, just because I said that? I was like, yeah, like, I don't like the way you said that. Like, you in the feels. I'm not in my feels, bro. I'm just telling you the level of disrespect that I don't tolerate. You know what I'm saying? Now, anybody else may tolerate you saying that shit to them and be cool with it. But I'm not that guy. So, you know what I mean? You just got to let them know, like, where you stand, what your boundaries are. And if they respect it, then they're really cool with you. If they don't respect it, then they're not really rocking with you like that. And that's it. You know what I mean? It's very kind of clear. As far as for the people in the comments, I'll say this, like, I get everybody has a perspective, and it's cool, y'all got his perspective, but you know what I mean? Let's not take it left, y'all. Let's be respectful. You know what I mean? I get some people are frustrated over certain things, and like I said, I express my frustrations. I do feel like even when we try to have topics, it always goes back to that circle of bullshit, but it is what it is. It's something that, we'll discuss within our team and within our network, and we'll just work it out. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? Y'all gotta really be chill with the comments and all that shit. But yeah. But yeah, at the end of the day, you know what I mean? That's what you gotta do. And then once you have that conversation, y'all, like, and you really tell them like how you really feel, you'll see where they at. You know what I mean? That's a clear indicator. You know what I mean? It's a clear indicator.
Mr. Beth, would you advise that people, Like, what is the temperament that you would advise? Because if someone means well, but the words don't come out right to them, and I do agree that you should, kind of question, and that's what we brought up earlier when we were saying, should you ask them for clarity to kind of determine what their intention is? But what if while you're asking for clarity, that your words don't come out right? So someone meant well, but they said something that didn't come out right, and you're responding to get clarity, but it may not be coming out right, which ultimately leads to a clash of ego, pride, and furthers the disrespect. So what could you say about the temperament and how people should approach that? Should they call the person? Should they see them in person, send them a text? Should they take some time to cool down? What you think about the temperament going into this discussion?
Well, OG gave me this advice a long time ago, man, years ago. He said friends should always act friendly. You know what I'm saying? So if you look at somebody like friends or family, salute to Bolo TV. Bolo, what's good, man? If you can come through, Bolo. Man, we got the link somewhere. Drop the link for Bolo, y'all, if y'all can. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it should be in there, but I'm going to drop it again.
You know what I mean? Like, friends should always act friendly. But, like, even with that, that's perspective, right? So, you like, y'all both may be trying to say something in the right way. And this happened to me with family. Like, I was saying something, they couldn't hear it. They were saying something, I couldn't hear it. And we clashed, and then we came back and was like, yo, damn, my back. Like, it wasn't even that serious, dude. You know what I mean? So, that's how I gotta be, man. Like, you just gotta speak like speak your piece, as peaceably as you can, and hopefully you do the same. But you may clash at times, like, that's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could be having conversations about whatever, and people can clash, you know what I'm saying? Or people may be thinking you clashing, you're not even clashing. Like, you know what I mean? It is what it is, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna happen. You're gonna have disagreements. You're gonna have times where you're not seeing eye to eye. It happens with everybody. Hell, it's happened with people that's close to me. Like I said, family, all types of people. So it is what it is. Like, it's gonna happen. But as long as you try your best to approach it with love, you're always able to come back. You know what I'm saying? Now, if it was really on some animosity type ish, then yeah, it's gonna go left. I'm just being completely real with you.
All right, cool. Thanks. And I'm actually going to go to Creative Solution and then back to Big Rick, Slaps, and Stan. So, Miss Creative Solutions, what it said, because we're talking about disrespect, basically how to avoid disrespect, how to diffuse disrespect, how to respond to it. And one of the things it says is sometimes people mean well, but the words don't come out right. So maybe let's just use Stan, for example, did mean well, but his words didn't come out right. What do you think is the appropriate response, to kind of yell at the person, disrespect them, ignore them? What is the appropriate response in your belief to someone that you believe might mean well, but just kind of didn't deliver the right tone or the appropriate words to get the message across? Go ahead, Miss Creative.
Okay, so for both situations, I think you mentioned Stan, and then you guys were talking about Kevin Samuels, but that's a whole nother thing by itself. So anyways, I'm focusing on the topic at hand. So the topic at hand, right, based on who you're talking to and who you're talking about, right? The last thing that you want to do is disempower somebody or make somebody feel less than. That's number one. That's so the way you're talking, you gotta be mindful of who you're talking to and how the audience is going to react. So I will always take that into consideration first and foremost. So I would say, reword your words so that what you're saying doesn't come out as poisonous, if that makes sense, So like, I would not say anything that, that will try to put, like, give an example, like put down men. I would not say anything to put somebody else down, Because at the end of the day, that person needs to walk away and feel like he gained or she gained something if that makes sense. So yeah, that's how I look at it. What I would just ask the person and clarify. And knowing me, the person that who you're talking to, hopefully that person is a strong individual. Hopefully that person has, good self-esteem and good things about themselves where what you say would not affect them. And yeah, that's what I gotta say on that.
Thank you, Creative Solutions. I think that was a good answer. And Big Rig Slap. So let me just pull it right back up. Sometimes people mean well, but the words just don't come out right. And sometimes the words are said right, but then it's the tone and maybe the body language. So what do you say to that? How do you respond to this in a way to diffuse, deflect, or avoid disrespect?
Again, man, I call the question, bro. You know what I'm saying? I call the question because sometimes people can't deliver the message correctly. Sometimes you may need clarity. Sometimes people's tone may be a little off, or you may think it's a little off. So it all comes to just, you got to get clarity, bro. Nobody's perfect. Everybody don't have the best choice of words. Myself, definitely. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm sure I can probably say things and it may come off to a way that may sound different, but if you ask me and give me the chance to explain it to you, you'll see that's not my intent. You know what I'm saying? So we're human, bro.
For sure. Thanks, Big Rig. Stan, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Cool. Let me pull it right back up one more again. Sometimes people mean well, but the words just don't come out right. So what do you say to this when someone doesn't receive your words? I mean, do you go on a apology explaining the tour? Do you try to say, hey, my bad if I offended you, but I meant it this way? What is your response to this?
For me, it depends on the relationship I have with that person. That's number one. Number two, this is based on situations I already had before, from an environment I was in before, where I've learned like not to. Sometimes I feel like it's a trap. It's not like they're trying to resolve it. It seems like they're trying to go deeper into something else. So I will kind of just put a boundary on the situation. Like, this as far as my answers. Do you understand what I was saying? And if you don't, we'll come back to it. I just have to cut stuff off.
So, Stan, when you say it's a trap, you mean like someone is trying to get you in a gotcha moment or trip you up or have you say something that they might intentionally misconstrue? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Or
it's much more as just trap in the sense of like they're trying to go into another topic that they really want to go into, but not really the topic that we're talking about now. So
is that a form of gaslighting in your belief?
yeah, so I just nipped that in the bud, and I'm just like, well, let me know you want to talk about this topic. If not, that's fine, and I just keep it moving.
All right, cool. All right, so that was a perfect segue. So we're just gonna keep it moving then. So let's go to the next one then. Perfect. Remember not to take it personally. The disrespect reflects them and not you. If you there, Mr. Best, I would like for you to just go ahead and start this one out, and then I'm gonna go back to Big Rig.
Go to Riggs real quick. I'm doing something real quick, man. I'll put some in the chat. Hold on.
All right, cool. So Big Rig, it says, remember to not take it personally. The disrespect reflects them and not you. Now, it is much easier said than done, because if somebody comes and disrespects you saying F Big Rigs, F that, I'm a dox you, all this other stuff, yes, that is a reflection of them. But sometimes if you live your life based on certain moral, masculine whatever type of principles and tenets, you just don't simply tolerate disrespect. Some people live by the code death before dishonor. I'm not saying that's the right or wrong way to live by. I'm just saying some people live by that honor code. So just because someone disrespects you and it is a reflection of them doesn't mean that you're not going to respond. But what do you say to this?
It's kind of like what you said, bro. If you if the person, you know what I'm saying, is saying something disrespectful, you gotta kind of see where they're coming from. But at the same time, there's some people that are
Keep
just
coming back kind of to the clarity point, right? Like to kind of see where they
well,
coming from, right?
it really comes to that. But at the same time, you know, there's some people that are just they're cornballs, bro. And I laugh when they disrespect, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like, look at where it's coming from. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even need to give you the time of day to even give you any type of rah-rah back, because it's just, you're corny. You know what I mean? You just want some type of funk. You want to argue. You want to just go back and forth. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, I understand. So, Mr. Best, just let me know whenever you're ready, and then I'm gonna go back to creative solutions. So let me just pull it up real quick again. Remember not to take it personally. The disrespect respects them and not you. What you got to say about that, Miss Creative?
Okay, so this is a very good thing, and I think if people learn this while they're still young, especially in their 20s and even their teens, and oftentimes, people say things to us, people, downplay us, people, just like disrespect us. I always turn back around and I look at the person who's telling me these things, and I have a clear example of my manager, right? So he had some people underneath him, but nobody stuck with him, and now I can see why. Because of his blatant disrespect, he doesn't respect people, the way he talks to people, and he thinks he's doing them a service, but it's not really. And it reflects because it shows in his work and what he produces, and why he doesn't have any fruit that he's bearing. So yeah, so that's what you gotta look at, and you gotta be like, well, why am I taking this serious? I can't take this serious. And you just let that flow off the back, because if you take that serious, it's gonna stunt your growth, and you're gonna question yourself, and that's the last thing you want to do.
All right, thank you, Creative Solutions. You've been giving some good answers. So, Mr. Stan, you still there, bro?
Yes, sir.
Cool. I'm gonna pull this back up for you. Remember not to take it personally. The disrespect reflects them and not you. Now, like I was telling Big Rig, this is easier said than done, because when you're being disrespected, we know that you should be the bigger person and probably walk away and de-escalate the situation. But it is, as a man, I know I do struggle with this as well, because if you come from a certain environment, and this is why some people argue against corporal punishment. I grew up on corporal punishment, so I'm not going to say whether I'm for or against it, but based on the psychological aspects of it, when a kid is doing something wrong, what happens? They get a spanking. You do something wrong, you get a spanking. So you grow up with that paradigm, and then you say, hey, you do something wrong to me, I'm gonna beat you up, I'm gonna rob you, I'm going to physically hurt you, because that's what you were taught, right? When you were a youngin', every time you did something wrong, you got a whooping, or you got beat up in the neighborhood. So people take that mentality and engage with it in society. So when someone disrespects them, they say, hey, someone did something wrong to me, I'm going to punish them physically. So disrespect too, like I was saying earlier, talking, saying stuff to certain people, that you're committing an act of violence. So if you commit violence against me, I'm going to reciprocate and commit violence against you. So I just kind of wanted to set it up for you that way, so that, because not everyone has just a monolithic answer, and not everyone is going to take the high road, even if they should, even if that's what's best for them and what will keep them safe, out of jail, out of trouble. Some people will say, hey, I'm willing to DIE for this, excuse me, or go to jail. So what you got, Stan?
All right, I'm gonna put another stamp on this one. This one, I have to disagree because it comes for me, it came from church and also therapy. I had to look at myself. Did I put a boundary? Because I had to take it personal. Because a lot of times in the church I was in, people were very disrespectful, because you can say like we're all Christians and we're supposed to be loving and caring and take it. But I seen how they behave other people, and I'm like, that wasn't the case. But with me, you just dumping major disrespect everywhere, and I'm just supposed to take it and
Hold on, I
forgive.
got two quick questions, Stan. So when
Yeah,
you said, because it said not to take it personal. When you say that you do take it personal, are you saying that you take it personal from specific people and specific situations, or are you saying you take everything personal?
I take it personal from the people because I'm looking at how you treat other people. So you're only treating me this way because I'm new, or it's like, okay, you're an older Christian and I'm supposed to take it. So, but I see how you behave with other people. If this is who you are, then this is who you are. But I'm seeing that you be switching everywhere else. So I take it personal because I allowed it. So now I have to put a boundary up and not allow it.
Stan, you be on go, bro. Hey, if you feel a certain way, that's just what it is. You ain't gonna ask no questions, bro. You just
No,
on go.
I agree with Stan in this case. You have to
Oh
put a
snap!
boundary.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Oh snap! Speak on it then. Oh
Okay,
shit! Oh
okay.
shit! Oh shit! Speak on it then,
Yeah.
creator. Speak
No,
on the
that's
boundaries.
true. Like he said, that's true. You gotta put up boundaries. Yeah.
Okay, creative. Let me ask you this: why you saying that you gotta put up boundaries, but you're not explaining the importance of it? Why do we have to
He
put up
just
boundaries?
he just stated it because if everybody is gonna use you because you're so nice, everybody's gonna continue to use you because you never said no. You have to say no. You have to say don't talk to me this way. I don't take nicely to disrespect. You know, you gotta put up boundaries. If you can't respect me, don't talk to me at all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Yeah, one
respect
thing I
that.
did do too, like the next time you talk to me this way, and this is why I behave. And that's the warning I give people. Whenever you raise your voice, and like people give you like what they always call I forgot what the word they use. It was a certain word they use, advice. When they give you advice, but it wasn't like an advice. It was like kind of like an order. Like I didn't do exactly what they say. I'm grown. I didn't ask for it. I don't want it. You just giving it to me. That's nice, so you can feel good about yourself. But I always let people know, like I make decisions for myself, and the decisions I make for myself is like what benefits me. I don't care about what benefits you. It's my life. So I have to put stuff up and let people know. So I do take it personal with somebody being disrespectful because I gotta look at, did I make my boundaries too loose for this individual?
Okay,
Mhm.
and then the last part of it, I just wanted you to touch on that a little bit more, where it says the disrespect reflects them and not you. So do you think that what do you think is more, the focus should be more on how you respond to the disrespect, or just not allowing the disrespect at all?
Let me tell you something. I'm from the islands. I'm Haitian. You disrespect me, you get one time. After that, you don't even exist. You have disappeared into the ether. I'm done with you.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely can't refute with that, because if you think that it's okay to just disrespect me, and then how are we gonna build a rapport after that? Especially if no one is
Yeah,
not
you running
talking
around
about,
here thinking this shit's sweet.
yeah, you not talking about apologies, reconciliation, or anything. And it's just kind of like a bully, right? So if I come and throw a kid in his locker for 2 weeks straight, what's going to stop me from doing it the third and the fourth week? He's not going to do anything. So, I mean, if he's not going to try to fight back or anything, it's kind of, he's kind of encouraging me to continue on with that behavior. Now, I know that's an extreme, but if I'm disrespecting Stan every day and he doesn't say anything, why should I stop disrespecting him? He's allowing it. He's tolerating it. What you permit, you promote, and you promulgate.
You're a
So
bully, B-Eazy. You're a bully, man.
Yeah,
I,
Beezy,
I,
don't take no lunch
I,
from me, Beezy. Don't
I,
take no
Leave it
lunch
alone,
from me.
man.
I used to be. I mean, I don't.
All
Don't
right,
take
can I
if
say
I
one thing
bring you
too?
lunch, don't take it.
I,
Go
I
ahead.
would I would say sometimes if you walk around with that type of energy, you might sometimes you might be the one who's easily picked on also. Sometimes you need to walk around and be confident and be assured of yourself.
That's true.
And people won't test you. People won't even, think twice to do it.
Yeah, that's real, because I know one time, I remember I was a freshman in high school playing on the football team, and one of the varsity football players, it was a thing. Well, I don't know how it was at y'all school, but people used to try to pick on freshmen, and I'm like, nah, bro, this ain't happening like that. And the dude was, I'm talking about, got known for having hands in the streets, like stupid hands, and he was one of the hardest hitters in like our school history. And I'm walking down a hallway and he just randomly bumped me, and I'm just like, my nigga, I know you just ain't gonna just bump me and not say nothing. And he turned around and was like fired up, and mind you, my heart was racing, and I'm just thinking like, I know that I
I'm
cannot
about to
whoop
feel a
this
lot of
dude.
pressure.
I'm under pressure. I knew that I couldn't whoop him, but I was like, look, bro, as long as it's like I'm going out with a fight. Luckily, and I didn't even ask him, but one of my homies who played on the varsity team, he went over there. The dude's name was Rufus. He was like, Rufus, you over here picking on freshmen now? He was like kind of clowning him, like, man,
Right.
that's sad, bro. You pick on someone your own size, and I'm kind of like, nah, bro, like.
Right.
Like, yeah, I'm like, no, own size, like what,
Let
I'm
him
kind of,
go.
but yeah, it's like, like, if you want to turn up, you want to go, but I'm just thinking like, please turn down this phase. but
Yeah, but the sad part about it, right? People use situations like at work, right? We're all family. No, we're family from 8 to 5 or 8 to 4. Once I clock out, that's it. Like, we're not family. Don't call me. I ain't covering your shift. Or they use your religion or your beliefs against you to add on the disrespect, to be disrespectful. And that's the part that I would say that's kind of scary, is that people will use things that they know about you and slip in being disrespectful. And that's crazy to me that people could do that and would do
yeah,
it.
that's what I was talking about, the weaponizing of it, and that's what I was saying. People use love as a weapon when you confide in certain intimate secrets about yourself. You do that out of love for a person, not because you're in love, because you love this person, trust this person enough to not reveal that information. But then when we fall out, if me and Big Riggs had fell out and I had a secret about him, that secret is gonna stay with me. Even if I'm saying, look, we ain't fooling with each other, I just don't get down like that. It's literally something within me that I probably would have like a physical ailment if I go out and try to expose them and stuff, because that would just be, that means that I was faking the whole time. Now, we don't have to be cool, but I also don't have to try to expose him. You know, so I don't really like people doing that, taking very private information and making it public or spreading it around like gossip. I don't do that, bruh. And it's actually quite disgusting. So anybody that does that, and y'all want to call Tekashi 6ix9ine and a rat and all this stuff, a lot of y'all is worse than that. Y'all worse than that, because you are ratting and betraying and manipulating and backstabbing people that you claim to be friends, that you claim to love and care about. Tekashi wasn't acting like he loved or cared about those dudes. He was acting like he was street. So yeah, he shouldn't have ratted, but that's a separate issue. You not a street dude. You're supposed to be a upstanding citizen, a friend, a family member, a peer, a co-worker. And you doing all of this kind of behind the scenes, messy type of stuff. I can't rock with that. And that's how you get down. You have a right to be a buffoon, but just keep it away from me. But let me just go ahead and play a little bit more. If they are doing it to you, they are likely doing it to somebody else. So I know, based on the answers that Creative Solutions has been given tonight, I'm going to go ahead and go to her first on this one. If they're doing it to you, they're doing it to somebody else. Do you agree with this statement or no?
Family, can I build on something real quick?
Oh yeah, go ahead. I didn't know if you was back or not.
Yeah, my bad. And what was the 2 quotes again?
You wanted to see the one before this or this one?
The ones that y'all was building on.
So we just came up with this one. So you want to see the one before?
Yeah, the one before, yeah.
All right, cool. Hold up. So hold on. Did we do this one already? Oh yeah, this was the one. Don't take it personally. The disrespect reflects them and not you. Did you answer this one or speak on this one already?
No, I didn't.
Okay, cool. Go. Yeah, this was this one, and then we had moved on to the second one, but this is the one that I came to you about. So go ahead. I'm sure you've heard the commentary, so go which direction that it takes you. So remember not to take it personally. The disrespect reflects them and not you. So tell me if you agree with this statement, disagree, or do you just want to build and expound on it?
I agree. Like, the disrespect is going to reflect them. It doesn't reflect you at all. You know what I'm saying? I share something within one of our groups about continue to show the love that you want to show. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? And then the people who don't respect that, you just, you know what I mean? You just push them to the side, man. You keep it moving, and you removing your kindness from them is punishment enough. You know what I'm saying? Because they probably don't have nobody else in their life that's showing them that level of kindness or the level of love. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? And that's a big enough boundary to do right there. You know what I mean? Boundaries and standards doesn't mean that you have to clap back or you have to say something bad, whatever. Sometimes it's just you saying, no, I'm good, man. I moved on. You know what I mean? Peace and blessings unto you, but I moved on. You know what I mean? That's punishment enough for certain people. You know what I'm saying? So, don't take it personal, man. You know what I mean? You know, and understand that a wise man overlooks an offense. So you can overlook you overlook that offense. You know what I mean? You keep it pushing, and you know they'll be all right. You know what I mean? You don't gotta expand your energy more on them. You know what I mean? Your energy could be used for something else. You know what I mean? Something that's productive. You know what I mean? Because another OG nugget I got, beef is only good for the burger business, baby. You know what I'm saying? So, and I don't sell burgers. So, you know what I mean? Like, I'm cool. I'm chilling.
My bad. So,
No, I'm good.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to the next one too, because it seemed like you was wrapping that answer up. And this, we want to get a 2-for-1 out of this one. So let me go straight to that next one. And that one says, if they are doing it to you, they are likely doing it to somebody else. So once again, you know, this can go many directions, but what do you think? Is this true, untrue? If they are doing it to you, then likely they are doing it to somebody else. So, and that can be anything, right? If they're backstabbing you, then they're likely doing it to somebody else. If they're talking behind your back, they're likely doing it to somebody else. If she's cheating on you, then she probably cheated on her other boyfriends and vice versa if he cheated. So go ahead, Mr. Best. What you got?
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of times people will have that type of character, man, where they'll be doing the same thing to you that they do to somebody else. But you gotta understand, like, a lot of times, you know, when people have that toxic energy, or they have those toxic traits, you know what I mean, or they just you know, basically are showing that characteristic. You know what I'm saying? People don't just do things out of nowhere. You know what I mean? I want people to really understand that there's a reason. There's always a root and cause for why people do things, whether it's something good that they're doing or something bad they're doing. You know what I'm saying? And we have to understand that too. So there's always a root and there's always a cause of why that's happening. And you know what I mean? And I think sometimes what has to happen too, I think a lot of times this has to happen more often. We just got to call people out on their character, good or bad. You got to call them out on their character. Hey, listen, this is the character you showing. You know what I mean? Either you salute it or you dilute it. You know what I mean? You put it down. You know what I'm saying? And you explain to them why what they doing is either positive or negative. You know what I mean? A lot of times we're not having real conversations in real time. We're not having adult conversations. So a person could just be sitting there and they thinking whatever they thinking, because ain't nobody really breaking it down to them. You know what I mean? Because whether they feel that person is ready or not or whatever, like, you just got to break it down to them. Look, this is what you're doing out here. This is the reputation you having, and that's what it is. You know what I mean? And you coming to them, you know, trying to really help them out, because you actually, you know what I mean, you want them to see the error of their ways, or you want to congratulate them or something. You know what I mean? Either way, but let's say it's a negative. You know what I mean? You want them to see the error of their ways, because you actually don't want them to keep doing that, because some people ain't gonna break it down the way you breaking it down. Some people, they're gonna really, you know, go in. You know what I mean? And you don't know what level of going in that's gonna be. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's different, man. Not everybody's gonna explain things to you. Not everybody's gonna come at you a certain way. So when you're able to do that, or if you have the energy to do that, or you have the mindset or the wisdom and love and guidance to do that, then yeah, you approach them. You let them know, hey, this is what you're doing in real time. This is the reputation that you're gathering. This is how people feel about it. And you got to change that. You know what I'm saying? You got to change it. It's the same way, like, you know, you about to go out. You know what I mean? You thinking you look fly, and then somebody in your crew or your family member like, yo, you got to fix that up, homie. Like, you don't see that? And you look in the mirror, you're like, oh, snap. Yeah, I do got to fix that up. Man, I was shaving, but I did miss a spot. Oh, shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? You ain't going to let your mans or your homies go out looking crazy, right? You know what I mean? So you shouldn't let them go out crazy having a crazy character. Same shit. You know what I mean? So that's my perspective.
Cool, thanks. And Stan, did you already speak on this one? I couldn't remember.
No.
Okay, cool. Do you need me to pull it back up?
Yes, please.
All right, hold on, let me rewind it just a tad. Oh, hold up. There it goes. Well, basically it said, if they do it to you, if they've done it to someone else, they'll do it to you. If they're doing it to you, if they are doing it to you, they are likely doing it to someone else. And you know that could apply to anything. People gossiping behind your back, a dude cheating on his chick, a chick cheating on her man. If they are doing it to you, they are doing it to someone else, or if they've done it to somebody else. Speak on it, Stan.
Man, I'm going kind of play on words on this one, because if I remember correct, for me, what I've seen it more is like, because they're doing it to someone else, it's okay for them to do it to you. And it comes from, for me, again, it came from the church, this church I was in. Man, I never dealt with so much level of disrespect that was okay, based on the fact that it was okay by leadership that people could be disrespectful. There was a one cat that he likes to mock people, and he wants to make fun of people, and it was okay. And he asked me, like, can I mock you? Because that was the thing that he does. And I told him, no, I don't like being mocked, and I don't think it's cool. Well, these people decided to do a Bible study trying to make me accept something that was very disrespectful. Culturally, I can't be okay with this. Also, like in the real world, who's okay with a grown man being mocked? That's very disrespectful. And I had to stand my ground on it, because there was no in the world I could, in my core, could I have ever accept that as a grown man, to let another grown man mock me based on some kind of spiritual okay. I don't even see that in the Bible where it was okay. So a lot of times, just because somebody does it to other people, it doesn't mean it's okay. You gotta say something, and again, put that boundary up and cut them out. If they don't want to change, that's fine. You gotta cut them out. You don't have to accept it.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Stan, and I want you to expound a little bit more, because it's true. Because some people will say, well, Stan, why are you tripping? I did that to 10 other people, and you the only one that's tripping. Don't try to make me accept what everyone else has accepted, right? So if you go around and you call something, you spit in 10 other people's face, hey, I spit in all they face, why you tripping? The other people didn't say nothing. Just because they allowed the disrespect don't mean that I'm obligated to. And like I made the analogy earlier, right? If somebody comes at you with a kitchen knife and they try to assault you, I don't have to grab a kitchen knife. I can grab a samurai sword. Man, why are you grabbing that sword? Why'd you even come at me in the first place, right? I'm not obligated to meet your disrespect with the same level of disrespect. That's why I try to tell people you need to de-escalate, mitigate, and basically try to deflect from the disrespect. Because once you engage in this, you are actively engaging in war. And people think those terms are so serious. No, the consequences are serious. Oh, why are you calling it war? That's too much. Okay, well, say something to the wrong person and people have lost their life over it. That sounds like an act of war to me. That sounds like an act of savagery to me. The same type of stuff that happens in battles and on the war, and in all sorts of instances of war. So people need to be more mindful of their disrespect, and actually people need to question themselves, what is the purpose of your disrespect? Like, are you being disrespectful just as a hobby, just because you think it's fun or you can get a rise out of somebody? Because if you think it's cute, like Reese Neal said earlier, you will fuck around and find out. Now, those consequences of finding out could be severe, and they could sometimes be fatal. Go ahead, Stan, before I move on.
I think sometimes we gotta take the consequences of, we gotta start applying consequences. And I have to say this, like, it's okay to cut somebody out your life. We do not have to entertain it. The best part, like, is this is not your child. This is not like a sibling. Even if it's a sibling, sometimes you take breaks. Or a cousin, you'll take a break from that relationship because it's just not okay. If you can't take care of you got to take care of yourself. Yourself is number one. Nobody else is going to take care of you but you, the way that you need to be taken care of. And when somebody's being disrespectful, cut them out. That's the best thing you can do. No need to fight. Cut them out. And for the other people that accepted it, it could be because they're scared or they want the relationship and they're keeping that person around because they're getting something out of it and they don't want to be alone, or I don't know, whatever the reason, right? But they're accepting it still doesn't make it okay because somebody else accepted it.
Yeah, by them accepting it, aren't they kind of enabling the disrespect? Or enabling the person to continue to not only disrespect them, but disrespect others in society by them not putting their foot down? Because when you say, no, I'm not tolerating this disrespect, I don't think you're only doing it for yourself. You're doing it for the, I think you're making them think like, damn, is this even really worth it? And like you said, we're grown men. You want to start trying to rag on me and ridiculing me like we're in high school. Well, when I was in high school, when people did that, there was something, I don't know. I'm sure
they wanted
they want to do something to you. That's what I mean, like the whole thing of mocking, right? Or like even like play boxing. I don't even do that. Like you play box, you really want to fight.
Correct.
Because I grew up with a lot of cousins and brothers. Like,
I mean,
we don't play box.
Right. But yeah, you can't do that. Or did y'all ever play open chest?
Even that led to a real fight. Like,
Correct.
Like that wasn't anything. Like if you want to fight, just say you want to fight, right? So we don't do this little, I forget what they call that, the little microaggressions. Like we didn't do that. Like microaggression leads to bigger fighting. Like say what you need to say. If you need to go ahead and work it out with fists or wrestling, that's what we had to do, and that's it. But to go ahead and put me in a Bible study to have me accept disrespect, but nobody did it to him. And I'm like, how is that fair? Is you gonna sit down and have a Bible study for me to accept another grown man to mock me, but nobody mocks him? Like, where is that okay? And that's what a lot of times where I say like the environment also could go ahead and like is like the environment that we're in allows stuff to happen, and we gotta like take a stand. It's okay. Just cut that stuff out and cut that person out. And you'll be fine. Like, you know, to gain respect, I'll give a hint for a lot of people. For me to gain myself, I had to look at my life. Was I happy before I met this person? Would I be happy when I cut this person out? And the answer to both of that is yes. I'm cutting that person out now. Somehow have that present peace. You're out. It seems cold, but it's needed.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And
may I build family whenever I can?
Yeah, I just want to read the quick comment, and then it's coming straight to you. And Mr. Brian said, true words, when you match the same disrespectful behavior, you open the door for more to happen. Never allow the adversary to pull you down to his mentality. Rise above the madness. And yeah, once you're allowing your adversary to put the proverbial battery in your back, ultimately you're not in control anymore. They put the battery in your back because they have the remote control. Because now they can control your functioning. If you are not in control of your emotions, are you even in control of your life? If you can't lead yourself, lead your emotions, could you truly lead your family? Fair questions to ask yourself. And Don GQ says, one love. Go ahead, Mr. Beth.
I just wanted to say, like, you know, also what we got to do is just, as Mr. Brian is pointing out, you know what I mean, self-accountability. We gotta have accountability, man. We gotta have accountability. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, I faced many different challenges. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna get into all of them, from family to you know, to religion, to a lot of things. And I faced it on both coasts. Ain't nobody been through the shit I've been through. I've gone through the shit through the East Coast and the West Coast. Ain't nobody been through the shit I've been through. Bottom line, and I've tasted death, and I've dealt with it for damn near 2 decades. But you gotta have self accountability. You gotta look in the mirror and say, "What the fuck am I doing wrong?" If anything, you gotta get your ass up, and you gotta make shit right. You know what I mean? I could blame a lot of people. I could blame my father. I could blame shit that happened to me with different religious organizations. I could blame a lot of people, man, that really fucked me over. But at the end of the day, when I wake up in that morning and I go to bed at night, it's on me. I gotta be the one to make the shit a difference. You know what I mean? I remember when I finally met my father, you know, a few years ago, you know, and we just met, literally. You know what I mean? You know, and we was talking. I had so many grandiose expectations of what that meeting was going to be like. I felt like it was going to be all these different things, you know. And, you know, a lot of family members was telling me, hey, man, this is who he is. I'm like, you know. But I had so much hope that things were going to be a certain way. you know, and I had so much hope that he was going to be apologetic, that he was going to be super loving. And, you know, at times he's very loving. He is. You know what I mean? Very charismatic, very funny. But me thinking that he was going to be more, you know, apologetic and more sorrowful about the things that he's done or the things that he didn't do, you know, as a parent, nah, that didn't happen. So with that being said, like, I had to be okay with that. You know what I'm saying? And I had to say, okay, this is where he's at. This is who he is. I still love him. Let's continue to be family. You know what I'm saying? Which was hard. It was a challenge. But if I didn't do that, I would have continued to hold on to that bitterness. Like Mr. Bryant was talking about. Holding on to that bitterness, holding on to all the things that he's done and didn't do. You know what I mean? Now, there ain't no more personal relationship than you and a parent. That's the most personal relationship that you're probably ever going to have outside of you and whatever higher power you believe in, or your child, right? But, you know what I mean? I had to just take accountability and say, you know what? You know, at this point, either I'm going to continue to hold on to all these things that I feel about him, or I'm going to take accountability, make my life better, not keep blaming him for stuff, and really just deal with the things that I need to change. And when I did that, everything was better. Even my spouse was telling me, hey, look, you know, you got to work on things. You got to work on you. You got to eat healthier. You got to work out. You got to do certain things. You know what I mean? And before, I was so depressed and, you know, so hung up on a lot of different things that happened to me. It was hard for me to do. You know what I'm saying? And it took me going through near-death experiences for me to really, really see that I need to change. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, you got to have accountability, man. You got to change the things that only you can change. And that's a fact.
Thanks a lot for sharing that with us. That was a little powerful testimony. And I'm going to play a little bit of the video, and then we're going straight to Mrs. Queen Forever 2K. So let me go ahead and pull this up. Never let someone else's behavior change how you show up in the world. I think that one was an appropriate one for Queen to answer. And after Queen, we going to Creative. So, Queen, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Cool. Hello. So tonight we are talking about disrespect is the only thing that they respect. And we're breaking down different aspects of you being the disrespected, you being on the giving end of the disrespect. What I'm bringing up now is things of how you could respond to disrespect, and you can agree, disagree, or you can just expound on the statement. But let me just read it one more time. Never let someone else's behavior change how you show up in the world. And I say, if their behavior is going to be able to dictate how you show up in the world, are you even really in control of your life, your image, your purpose? Who is putting the battery in your back? Who is gassing you up? Who is motivating you? Who is inspiring you? So go ahead, take it away, Queen.
I definitely think that's a very powerful statement. But a lot of times it's hard to navigate the world that way, because we all have triggers and that thorn in our flesh that will just send us over the edge. So I've moved in the world where I've allowed someone's behavior to control how I showed up and gone off, and, you know, and has been that token slogan, angry Black woman. And then I've also learned how to channel in how I'm feeling and not give them that, because some people get a rise out of seeing you break character or come out of yourself. Some people really, that's what they live for. So I've learned how to just walk away and maybe go off in a private setting I mostly talk to either my husband or I call my sister. Three
Yeah, that
people I call: my husband, my sister, and my other best friend. And I will let down all my filters, say what I gotta say, go off, colorful language, and then I kind of get checked and I recoup.
So yeah,
Yeah.
because that kind of ties into what my next question is before I was going to creative solutions, because I agree with you. I don't advise it, and I have more composure, poise, and restraint now. But when I was younger,
Oh, please.
yeah, when I would, well,
I mean,
I'll say occasionally.
I used to have, I used to say crazy stuff to grown men, like I was a little girl, you did something, my sister's boyfriends or whatever. I had them shook with some of the stuff that came out of my mouth. And my mother was like, your mouth is disgusting. Yeah, I was really off the hook, and yeah, but yeah. Anyway.
So that's kind of what I want to touch a little bit more, because we know about the personal responsibility, and once it's three, you point the finger at somebody, it's three pointing back at you. So when you are off the chain, and this is just general, it doesn't have to be strictly to your situation, but when you are off the chain, or somebody is off the chain, and they're allowing someone else's behavior to dictate how they show up in the world, it's easier to just say, hey, just personal responsibility and change. But it sounds like you kind of had some sort of struggle and a growth process, or a growth journey, to be able to have the certain level of poise that you do now. So could you speak? I know that you said you would kind of vent to like your husband and close family members, but could you talk a little bit more about the steps it took to be able to transition from, I guess, let's just say, a hothead that you may have been, to kind of keeping a more level, calm head, and use, knowing when to like kind of turn up and raise your voice, and knowing when to just kind of walk away? What were the steps you took to basically reach this level of emotional maturity, Queen?
Well, I think it's I think sometimes I can say in personal life, I didn't like how it left me feeling, because when I allow my triggers to just be set off like the 4th of July, it leaves my body feeling exhausted, in pain, like, because I'm going off, like from my toenails to my hair follicles, like I physically feel it. That's how enraged I can get. As far as like being triggered and feeling hurt or feeling disrespected. So I just didn't like the way it left me feeling. I didn't like, I think I've gotten talked to, and I think at one point, one of my best friends, she kind of saw an interaction, and she pulled me aside, and, she said, you're better than this. And that person didn't deserve that part of you, the rawness, the hurt, that they don't respect that. So you got to stop giving people a part of you that they don't deserve and that they don't respect, because she's going to move like that, or they're going to move like that. They're going to say things, So I just, and to translate in the professional world, it's been kind of difficult at times, because I'm very sensitive as well. So, I just hear my sister tell me in my ear, because she's in the same field I am, but she's like a director, manager, supervisor, like, she's bigwig in her companies. And I always hear her say, pick your battles. Pick your battles. Is that worth it? You know, so yeah. And I, you know, as a younger person, I was just really raw and honest to a certain extent. Yeah, I was off the hook and disrespectful, but if I saw someone doing something, I called them out on it as a young child. Like, it didn't matter. I called grown, you know. I remember one time I was at a church. I went to a church, and the group, there was a men's group that sang, and so we would go over to the house of the pastor. You know, we were best friends with the kids, and you know, they would make like little comments to my older sister and the teenage girls, and you know, and I was like, you're a pervert. Like, you in here praying on your knees, and you talking about how big her booty is. You pervert, get out of here. You going to hell. So I would say stuff like that as a kid to grown men. So yeah. So I was just, you know, so in that aspect, that's how my mouth was, like very blunt and, you know, unfiltered. So anyway, yeah.
All right,
So
cool.
I don't know if that, and I really like your background. You look DJ. What's up, B-Eazy DJ? How you doing?
You know, I'm a man.
Soundproof room.
Yeah, a man of many hats. Yep.
There you go. You like, you know, you and M3, man. Y'all keeping the cash apps. I don't know what y'all doing with that money.
Man, I wish I was getting the cash. I was about to hit you up, Queen, and I thought you was.
M3 still didn't give me my money. He didn't give me money. I got you though. He give me 5, you got 250. Okay, I got you. Okay.
Creative Solutions, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, cool. Let me pull this up for you real quick. Hold up. So, never let someone else's behavior change how you show up in the world. So it's kind of a 2-part question that I have. Have you ever allowed someone else's behavior to kind of change how you showed up in the world? And was that a positive or negative experience for you? Go ahead, Miss Creative Solutions.
Okay. First, yes, I have. I would say all through my 20s and through when I was a teenager. And I don't know where did I get this from, but like, I think when I was growing up in my household, you know, my household, they're West Indian. So most of the time we would get like beatings all the time. So we it's like we couldn't, how you can say it. It wasn't like we couldn't like revenge. We couldn't like go against the grain at all. It was like they beat that out of us. I would say for me, and I would just go up and try to please like my siblings, or try to please my cousins, and I would try to please my aunts. And now that I look up on it, I was like, what? Like, why did I do that? Like, why nobody ever sat down and told me like, why am I doing this? And it would just be crazy. I'll be the only one cooking. I would be like 12, 13, or 14 years old, and I would be cooking food for all the grown people in the house. And then on top of that, like, they would criticize the way I cooked. And I would take that internally, and that would really mess me up. And like, all of them would criticize me on little things. And so, like, throughout my teenage years, like, I was taking that in. And it really hindered me in my 20s. And it isn't until that I started like listening to other coaches that are out there that I started like what Mr. Best said, how you have to take that time. You need to focus on yourself and focus on who you want to be. And you need to be in love with that new version of yourself so much that you're not willing to compromise and you're not willing to look at what other people view you as. You gotta just be focused on what you want to be and what you see yourself as. And it's hard, but I think finally, especially, I'm in my 30s, I can finally hold that image and work towards it.
All right, thanks a lot, Creative Solutions. Yeah, that was a good answer. So I like the way you broke that down. So we only got a little bit more. So let me just kind of continue this one. So let's see what the next slide. I think it's probably like one or two more. So this next one is, sometimes the best response is no response. Protect your peace. And it looks like we are, she's back again. So, hold on. Let me run that back. And if Stan Joseph, if you are there, I'm gonna go straight to you.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So let me pull this one back up. Oh, snap. Hold up. My bad. There it goes. Sometimes the best response is no response. Protect your peace. Now, it is quite difficult if you feel that you're getting ridiculed, humiliated, disrespected. And for some, it is difficult to just sit there, take it on the chin, and have no response to it. But sometimes having no response actually is a response. It's just like if you ask a question and you say, hey, basically you ask them a question, hey, did you cheat on me? And they don't answer you. A non-answer actually is an answer. So sometimes a non-response is still a response. Just because they don't speak with their words, most of communication is around 80% body language. So no response is still actually a response. But go ahead, Stan, rock out from there.
For the frame of like being disrespected, my non-response is also it will show how I treat you. Like I'm only going to treat you to need to be basis. I cut you out, and that's how I respond to you. It's just you're out of there.
So you saying the best response is just elimination? Like, I'm not even going to deal with you. I'm not going to complain or explain.
Yeah, if I need to deal with you, fine. If it's like work, I gotta deal with you. If I gotta work with you, I keep it like business strictly, and then that's it. I've done that before. Personal, I'm cutting you out. If I see you out and about, hey, how you doing? And leave it at that. And just keep it moving. You don't exist to me.
Do you think that is a way for you to protect your peace, or are you just being spiteful and holding a grudge?
No, man, I'm protecting my peace. You threaten my peace. You're very disrespectful. I protect my peace. I got a life to live, and I'm not even thinking about you when I keep it moving and pushing. I'll bring you up as a reference of the reason why I'm like this, fine, or how I move. That's okay, but yeah, I'm not even thinking about you. I just keep it going.
I got you. You like, I don't got no time to wait, right? The train and the show must continue. Got you.
Yeah, without you, it's gonna be okay. Because God got your own train and your own show, so you're doing fine. I'm doing great.
And that's fine, right? Our trains is just going in different directions.
Yeah, and I'm good, and you're good, and that's it. I ain't seen you no lunch, so.
Got you. You like deuces. You like
no lunch was sent to you.
You trying to eat your teriyaki in peace, huh?
No, I said I didn't send them no lunch.
Oh, really? You didn't Uber Eats nothing?
Remember, like, I ain't send no potions. That's what. So I don't hate you, right? I'm not trying.
Got you.
I didn't see no lunch. So there's no love lost because there's no love here, and you're gonna be good, and I'm out. Now the pettiness, if I'm really petty, and I see you in heaven, and the first thing I tell God is like, "Oh, we got roaches," then yeah, I do have some feelings.
Okay, so you're gonna reserve your response for heaven. Got you.
No reserve response. I don't. There's no feelings. 'Cause I don't want to be petty. But you have to cut it out, and it's okay. Like you have to normalize. Like it's okay to cut people out, and hopefully they get it. They don't get it because other people will cut them out, and maybe they'll go to therapy and figure out like they got their own stuff they gotta fix. But it's not my job to accept anything that's going to hinder my own walk in my own life and my own role and what I need to do in my life. Like that's not normal, and I cut that stuff out, and they'll be okay.
Yeah,
so
I mean, I can't even refute that, man, or try to persuade you otherwise.
Oh, don't do it, because it ain't gonna happen.
You like, don't even waste your time. Thanks, because I was gonna try, but you shut me down quick. So, thank you, Stan. Mr. Best, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Cool. I'm gonna go to Mr. Best, Queen into Creative, because I know you got a fire answer for this. Sometimes the best response is no response. Protect your peace. But I know that you are a man that doesn't, take disrespect lightly. So are you really even able to give a no response, or are you used to giving no response?
Of course.
And how does that protect your peace?
Of course. I mean, I respond on here because of social media, and it's a channel, and I just want to have a level of decorum. But in my personal life, at times I won't respond. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't have to. Like, I don't have to expand my energy on it. So if I don't got to spend my energy on it, then I won't. You know what I mean? And sometimes, even within social media, it depends. You know what I mean? On things outside of the channel, even things on the channel. At times I won't respond. You know what I mean? I'm just flying at a different altitude, man. I'm flying in that eagle hawk zone. And if you're flying up here, you don't really see the shit that pigeons do, because they shitting on a whole different, smaller level. So I can't focus on the things they do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm focusing on the things I do. So yeah, of course. You know what I mean? I can definitely have self-control and not respond. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes not responding is the best thing. And there's a lot of things on social media that I don't respond to. A lot of it I don't respond to. Trust me. But there are times I do, and I think some people may think that I can't because when I respond, I'm so clear and direct. But no, I could. You know what I mean? I just choose when to do it and when not to. So yeah.
Yeah, basically you just like pick your battles. And the last part of it before I go to creative solutions, how does that tie into protecting your peace?
Well, because you're not letting anybody dictate what your standards and how your behavior is going to be. You know what I mean? You're not letting their energy basically influence you. So by you doing that, that's protecting your peace. It's protecting their peace. And y'all can move peacefully on. You know what I mean? To keep it 100. So yeah, like that's what it is. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. I agree with you. And creative solutions, are you back?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, cool. Let me just pull this up real quick for you again. Sometimes the best response is no response. Protect your peace. So I would like to know, how difficult is it for you to not give a response, especially when you are feeling disrespected, or your demographic might be attacked, whether it's you personally, whether it's black people, black women, maybe it was your kids or family or something like that. These are really heavy conflicts that people typically get triggered by. So do you think in those instances it's better to give a passionate response or just not respond at all? That's one question. And then also, how does this assist in protecting your peace?
Okay, so first and foremost, sometimes I would say it depends on the situation or whatnot. But I feel like sometimes it's good to respond. And the only reason why it's good to respond is because it's like a mechanism that you know, you don't take it in. It's like you negate it, if that makes sense. Because if you, in some cases, if you don't say anything, you absorb what they're projecting. You know, if you don't know the full story, you know. And then in
So,
other,
so let me just ask you this real quick. Are you saying that if you don't respond, you kind of internalize it, and it somehow could, kind of affect you mentally?
yes, yes, that's why it sometimes is good for people to get cussed out. Sometimes it's good if somebody says something to you, you turn back and you say something else, because you're not taking what they say in. You're automatically like you're blocking it. You're not accepting.
So if they say something nasty to you and you say something nasty to them back, is that you blocking it or what?
So I'm saying it depends on the situation. So I'm saying sometimes it's good to do that, because if you don't do that and you sit there and you don't do anything, you're internally it depends on the person.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. So it's like,
Yeah.
if you don't say anything, then you internalize it, and then
Yes,
you go home feeling sad about yourself, saying I should have said something. But then on the
exactly.
flip side, some people will say, man, I cussed that B out. This Karen did this, this, and that. And they'll kind of feel emboldened and empowered by them being able to vent and say, I haven't cussed like that in years, or I haven't talked like that in years. And I'm just generalizing, but then on the flip side, it could actually be detrimental to your mental health and self-esteem, because you're saying, man, I never let no one disrespect me, and now I let this stranger say something to me, or I let this non-black person say, like they're whatever categories that people want to put it in. People kind of look for triggers, especially when they have regrets too. So I think there is a benefit. It should be on a case-by-case basis, but I think there is pros and cons, and
Yeah.
definitely benefits to responding. But it's not just any response, it's also how you respond, right? Some people
Yeah.
may respond by pulling out a weapon. Some people may respond by physically fighting. Some people may use their words to use a verbal assault. Some people may use jokes. Some people may use body language and walk away. I wouldn't try to police someone's response. I just think that they should be very thoughtful and thorough, and think about what is ultimately going to be the outcome, right? If you beat this person up, are you going to go to jail? Is it really worth it? If you can handle all of the harshest consequences.
I'm not talking about doing all that, but I'm talking about if you just talk back, or you just say, this person is just
But
crazy,
that
they're
could
having a
happen.
bad day. That's a
Creative,
response right
that's
there.
always on the table, though. Violence is always on the table.
You're right, but I'm talking about nonviolence. I'm talking about you emotionally blocking, and you are protecting your peace, and you're not allowing those things that people say interfere with you, or you internalize it. So you might say, you know what, this person is having a bad day, or this person say something, and then you're like, you know what, maybe you should go check your books before you come at me. It's like stuff like that. But I'm not talking about, going and cussing and doing all of that. There's no need for that. And then on the flip side, I do think you need to protect your peace. And sometimes if you already know the person ain't shit, or they ain't worth the argument, why even respond? Sometimes, no response is better.
Hey, Creative, what island you from?
Hold on, I'm gonna go out and come back in because StreamYard is acting up.
Okay, cool. When she come back in, ask her what island she from, because she probably know how to read somebody in patois and protect her peace.
I ain't gonna lie, Creative do sound like she got a little dark magic in her.
Okay, I'm back. Okay. So yeah, I agree with both. I agree that sometimes you should respond, You should defend yourself. You should, And the second one, I think no response is good too. I think no response, it just depends on the energy. Sometimes you don't even have the time. You don't even care. It depends on how much you care. If it's not gonna bother you or you don't care, you just it doesn't matter to you. It's like it doesn't bother you, so you don't really care at all.
Okay, cool. So we just had a couple quick questions for you, and then we gonna shut the stream down pretty soon. But
Okay, go ahead.
Creative, thank you for coming up and giving your perspective. Well, we're not shutting it down just yet, but we want to know. So what are you from the States, or what island are you from?
Oh, so I was born in Trinidad and Tobago, but I grew up in Brooklyn, New York.
Okay.
And now I reside on the West Coast.
Okay.
Oh, you know how to read people.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on.
But hold on, I was gonna say something to Stan. I was gonna say Stan. Stan then went back and brought up my childhood, the way he was talking and everything. He grew up in a Jehovah's Witness church, and I'm thinking about everything that Stan is saying. And you know what, Stan? When my cousin came here, she was from Trinidad too, and she came when she was like 10, and she had Bible study with us, and she had a thick Trinidadian accent, and she would start to talking to the Bible. Me and my brother and my other cousin would be laughing. But we were young kids, so it wasn't, and after, as old as I am now, I could see that how she had a really beautiful accent. And we don't probably have that accent now, but but we were young kids back then, so.
Yeah, it's all good. I always tell people, and you're from Brooklyn too, right?
Do you still?
Yeah, I tell people good luck with your life. You're not gonna fight no New Yorkers with words. That you'll be crying. You'll be crying. You're gonna see right to therapy. Y'all keep on going. New Yorkers will put you to therapy. Go ahead.
Yeah, like that.
All right, Stan, I want you to hit this one. I think we got 2 more. I think this one and one more, and then after that, we're going to be out of here. And it says, as they say, you don't have to attend every argument you invited to.
That is true. If you want peace in your life, not everything needs your opinion or your insight. I just leave it alone. And that's it.
And then I would love to hear Queen, because I think we got one more, and then we're going to shut the stream down. Are you still there, Queen?
Yes, I'm here.
Cool. So it says you don't have to attend every argument you're invited to. And I noticed that sometimes people will say, hey, well, I disagree. There's plenty of things that I agree with, and I don't respond to everything that I agree with, and I definitely don't respond to everything I disagree with. And some people, they try to interject themselves into arguments or go looking for arguments or go in certain echo chambers when they know that even if you argue for 4 hours, you're not going to change this person's mind. So why didn't you spend 4 hours with people of like mind and you build something and construct something that could actually be productive? So could you speak on this, whether you agree, disagree, or however you want to expound on this?
Well, I just think, people are miserable, and I ain't got time for that. If I'm waiting for the E train, I'm not gonna get on the L. I'm gonna wait for the E train. I'm from New York too. I'm not gonna do that. So why would I get involved in something that you projecting off on me? Go get a life. I believe in killing people with kindness. So, even if I got qualms with you, I can't stand you. You will never know or no one around me will know, because I'm gonna kill you with kindness, or I just won't say nothing to you. So, but yeah, I don't believe in getting involved in other people's energy. Like sometimes, like today, I walked into a situation and I was already irritated. When I saw this person, I already knew their energy. They were trying to drag me into something. So, at first, boo boo the fool on me. I slipped up. I gave a little exchange, and then I was like, walk away. So I walked away, and I came back, and I was just like, I'm good. You don't even you didn't even deserve that. You tried to steal my energy. So now I'm just gonna walk away. Some people just like creating situations because they're just miserable and they just want to see you, especially if you have you ever come into a situation or a setting and you just like having the best day of your life? You're like a little kid with an ice cream cone or Italian icy. You at the park, you just living it up. You just came from Disneyland or Disney World, right? And somebody just walk up and just slap your ice cream cone out your face. What you laughing? What you smiling about? You know what I mean? Like some people just walk through life like that as adults. Like they just walking around slapping your ice cream cone out your hand. I mean, I ain't got time for that. I just look at you stupid, hand you a napkin to clean it up, and go get me another ice cream cone. Like I'm good. Every argument ain't for me, because I don't like what it does to me. Like I pick my battles. Life is too short. I got too much going on to be getting caught up in something. They don't want the other side of Queen to come out because she's crazy.
Yeah,
So,
no, I agree
I
with
ain't got
you.
no bail bond money, so I'm good.
Yeah, shout out to Queen. I agree with you because it's super draining. And let me just pull it up real quick one more time. There's never going to be a shortage of arguments. Just welcome to YouTube or just Twitter or anything else, Facebook groups, etc. You're never going to have a shortage of arguments. People won't invite you to their wedding, they baby shower, they party, girls' night, girls' trips, but they will invite you to some drama. They will invite you to an argument, and they expect you to be attending it front row. And some of y'all are so goofy that you run to sign up to attend an argument that has nothing to do with you. People will be arguing about things that are not even being taught in schools. People will be arguing about, oh, this chick is a hoe with she smashed 1,000 dudes. Like, do you want to be with her? No. So why are you even attending an argument about her? This dude is a dusty with 13 kids by 12 different baby mamas. Do you want to be with them? No. Well, why are you having an argument about them? So people are actively engaging in foolish and frivolous arguments simply for the sake of being attended because they were been invited. Well, I can invite you to a bunch of political rallies, but you didn't want to go. I can invite you to the city councils and teacher conference meetings. You don't want to go to that. But you always want to go to some toxic, depraved, deranged argument that has nothing to do with you. So go ahead, Stan, and I'm going to go back to creative.
I think I ordered this one, right?
Nah, I don't think you did. But just, you can just make
it. I'm not attending. You have an argument. I'm just walking over you. I'm just like, hey, where the food at? That's what.
Stan just want to play.
Yeah, after that, I'm out of here. I'm like, I'm not, not part of it.
That's easy enough. Go ahead, creative solution. As they say, you don't have to attend every argument you're invited to. Go ahead, rock out, young lady.
Okay, I was gonna say, just like Patrice Roberts say, I'ma drink my water and mind my business. That's it. The less I know, the better. I don't want to be entangled in all of that stuff. The less I know, the better. Yeah, I'm good.
Got you. I like y'all answers. Just kept it short and simple. Like I wish I
Okay, you
had.
gotta say it the right way.
I gotta pull. I
Why
gotta
you want me?
bring.
You want me to say the Caribbean way?
Yeah, cause
Yeah, come
like
on.
drink water and mind my
I
Yeah,
business.
got drink water and mind my business.
come on, creator. Don't disrespect the phrase. You gotta say it the right way.
You're right. You're right. I was trying to say it for for the Americans here.
Now we
Yeah,
represent.
it's a full song, B-Eazy.
We
It's a
love the
full song.
diaspora. I didn't even know it was a full song, but Stan, go ahead and send me that link on IG. And Creative, are you on IG too?
Yeah, I'm on IG.
Cool. Yeah, if you could just like drop yours in the back chat, then we'll definitely I'll definitely follow you. So definitely is good to have your opinion, even if we don't see. Some people like to fixate and say, man, we didn't agree on 100% of the things. Well, we disagreed on 10% and we agreed on 90%. I'm not saying me and you, I'm just speaking in general. Sometimes people will fixate on the minute amount of things that they disagree and just completely overlook the multitude of things that they agree with, the overwhelming amount of things that they do agree with. But I think this is the last slide. We're going to give commentary and then we're going to shut her down. So this is I think that actually was the last slide. So yeah, we can pull this down and then we can just give our closing remarks.
Okay. I'll go first.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
I was gonna talk about Stead. So
Go ahead.
when Stead was talking, I was like, thank God. Not even thank God, but thank the universe. I don't go to church. I don't believe in none of that stuff. I'm just spiritual. Because every time he was going in, I was just like, damn, huh. I am so happy I walked away from all of that. And not only that, when he was talking about, his family and how he cut them off, and I understand where he was coming from because I had to deal with that. So, he reconfirmed the decisions I made in my life. So I'm happy he shared that. And I'm happy that Mr. Best, he talked about how he focused on improving his life. And you can't live in the past. Those things that happen in the past, they bring up those emotions that you tend to live in, and it keeps you in a flight or fight mode, and you're always in that stressful condition. And how are you supposed to become the new version of you if you're stuck in those old emotions? So I just wanted to say that out there. So if you want to move into the future, you got to create new patterns and new emotions that you can, so you can meet your future self. You don't want to be stuck in that old emotional pattern. And sometimes it could be addicting and it could be hard to get out of. But, I think if you just focus on what you want to be, it makes it much easier.
Yeah, thank you so much, Creative Solution. Like I said, go ahead. Actually, I'm gonna drop, and then you're gonna drop the IG, but yeah, I'm gonna drop mine in the back so you won't be like, who is this strange dude? And yeah, it was definitely great having you up, even when you came and had some disagreements. Even that is good too, because as long as it's done respectfully, then we welcome the disagreements. Because sometimes with the disagreement, it may start off as a disagreement. Sometimes it's just someone making a statement and someone misconstruing what was said, or sometimes people's positions are kind of fluid and they're open to change and fluctuate. So it's good for you to come up here and stand on what you believe eloquently and confidently. So we definitely appreciate you, Creative Solutions. I'm going to go to Queen to go ahead to give her closing remarks so we can shut the stream down. Go ahead, Miss Queen.
I'm just gonna say, you just gotta watch people's energy, and I think, not being antagonized or tempted to jump into uh, a fight that's not even for you. Because a lot of people come because of things they project what's going on in their own personal life and what's going on at home. So a lot of times I just go, hey, I keep it pushing. Hi, how you doing? Okay, cool. See you later. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't got time for that. So yeah, just protect your sanity. Jeez. I just, sometimes I shouldn't even have to go outside sometimes. People are crazy and they're just loose cannons. And you never know when they cannon gonna blow and it it don't have a filter, it just blows everywhere. So be careful in these streets because people ain't rap tight. People are not rap tight.
Thank you, Mrs. Queen Forever 2K and Mr. Pacific Coast Haitian community. Go ahead and rock out, Mr. Stan.
Hey, it was a good night. Big Rigs, what's up? 84, thank you for coming in. Best in the world. M3, shout out to Queen Forever. Creative, I'm glad we're able to squash and keep it moving, go forward, and clear up the misunderstanding.
A beautiful thing to see.
Yes. And it was a good show, and I just want to let people know it's okay to cut people out of your life if they're really not trying to bring peace and they're just trying to bring drama. You got to cut it out because life is too short. Blood pressure is real. Strokes are real. Heart attacks are real. You got to protect your health, your mental health, your physical health, and cut out the drama. Just cut it all out. Not worth it.
I totally agree, but before I'm gonna have M3 do his closing, but I want to ask real quick, Creative, because I know Stan was asking, and me, Stan, Quantum, and a couple other illustrious guests got a show planned. It's called Magic Principles right now. It could be, the title could change, but Miss Creative, I want to ask you real quick, are you into any sort of wizardry, sorcery, witchery, dark magic, voodoo, any of that stuff?
Yes, I am.
Once you did the laugh, I didn't even need to hear you say yes. As soon as I heard the chuckle, I knew that was a yes. So thank you for confirming, Creative. And you will be hearing from me on Instagram, and this will be a dope stream. I gotta have you on that one because Stan is definitely very abreast on his dark magic, or what did you say the word was instead of calling it?
We said magical principles.
Yeah.
Okay.
No dark magic.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so we already got like at least 3 women practicing. And hold on, let me ask you this: do you consider yourself a witch?
Yes, I'm a closet
Oh,
witch.
this is getting interesting. Okay, Stan over there blushing right now. So let me get to M3 because Stan love him a bad witch, and it looks like you qualify as one, Creative. So M3, you there?
Lord, you about to get me baptized again, man.
Creative, what you did started?
Hey, Stan, that's you with the black boy magic. So
exactly, that's exactly what it is. M3. Go ahead, M3. Go ahead and because I know you wasn't here, so kind of give us a
we want me to kind of break down like an overview from my observation.
Thank you, an overview, and then tie that in with the closing remarks where you give your actual shout outs, the M3 TV network and Rumble, etc. Go ahead, M3.
All right. Well, before I do my shameless plug, right? I just want to say, the topic was definitely good. Okay, I love like the flashiness as far as with the quotes that you have. B-Eazy, I think it catches people's attention. And the funny thing is, like, I know, like, people was kind of riled up in the chat at one moment. So it did kind of demonstrate what happens when disrespect is applied, right? And sometimes you have to kind of clap back in order for them to really respect it. But overall,
Hey, that was
nevertheless,
perfect, right? Because
yeah.
if you didn't say nothing, it was gonna keep going on, right?
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna just put this on blast, right? I had to block Lisa, or whatever her name was, because she did disrespect, like, Risa Neal. And by calling her a man, and after Risa Neal came at her respectfully and was like, "Hey, I'm not a man," you still proceed to call her a man, then disrespect is applied.
And shout out to Risa Neal. She's been supporting me. I've seen her on many other panels. I've never seen her get into any altercations. So that person was coming over here just for some smoke. And it's like, look, we welcome the intellectual smoke. Creative came up here to have smoke for Stan, and then they talked it out like adults. We moved on. And they agreed with more than disagreement. So when sometimes people come in too hot with the disrespect, it just kind of derails everything. But my bad, M3, go ahead.
No, you're good, man. I mean, other than that, man, you guys definitely handled it well. And by just the example that you guys do display, I mean, sure, I'm damn near thinking like, hey, this is beyond just an entertainment channel. This is like an educational channel. Because people need to walk away learning something, I mean, as adults, we should have like a level of type of modesty and respect for one another, and we should have some type of cognitives, so we could learn how to, like, approach things that needs to be addressed appropriately. But when you're also on the internet, I mean, people feel free to be loose with their mouth, and that's where you have to take, control, apply, and you gotta get rid of these type of people. But other than that, everything was good except for Queen slandered me earlier. Talking about I don't pay her. Look, let me make this clear, okay? Queen, if you're listening, all right.
Hey, well, she also accused me of getting some money from you, so I was like, I ain't getting nothing. I wish I was getting paid.
We all
that's a lie.
We're gonna do a class action lawsuit against knowledge and relationship.
Look, Queen, let me tell you this, okay? Right? See, one thing
you saying it's a Ponzi scheme, Queen?
She tried to call this like pyramid scheme in relationships, right? Scheming in relationships.
Hey, that does have a little ring to it, bro.
Tax season coming off. You can't collect on us and claim us as write-offs, M3 now.
Hey, look. So, again, right, please be advised the opinions of the panelists and guests are not necessarily the viewpoints, especially of me, okay, and knowledge and relationships. But look, if Queen will come on time, then she will get paid appropriately. You have to actually show up on time, Queen. All right,
whatever.
But one day when people start donating, then hopefully
I'm gonna have my clock in time. I got you. I'll send you a text.
All right. But shout outs to Stan as well too. Every time we talks about like the church history, man, it brings me back, man, because
he gets people a little riled up with that one.
Man, look, I get riled up as long with Stan as well too, because we both came from that same shitty ass organization. So I know what it feels like.
I see what you're saying. So you got a deep relation with that specific scenario. I got you. But you know what? It's not. I know it's not unique to you. When you start talking about it, you hear a bunch of people coming out the woodworks, because I think even Creative had alluded to some similar stuff that she went through, that she experienced, just like y'all.
Yeah, because the way how she was breaking it down, I could kind of tell, like, look, less is more. You could say less, and I understand what you're talking about, because people in these organizations feel like they have some type of hierarchy over you. So it's almost like modern day slavery through church. Think about it though. The oppressor, as if I should say, will use those same scriptures to control the minds of blacks mentally, and make sure they stay submissive as their slaves. But then yet you will still have the right to go above and beyond, like you're above the law, and then you'll strike, you'll shoot, you'll delete, as if like you did the right thing by controlling your slave. And that's the way how church applies that slave book into us. The Bible is really just about history, but people will turn that and flip it into a book of slaves. So that's why, I feel like it's no surprise, when the pastors or the people, deacons, whoever you want to call them, when they kind of snap their gums or whatever, the only best way to do is pretty much you got to kind of act in a certain way that's unorthodox, because they know that as a so-called Christian, they always preach about turning the other cheek when you get slapped, but then they never talk about the eye for an eye. And that's why I believe you snap at me, I'm gonna get ready to rush you like a football player. So you gotta kind of draw the line into that. But anyways, I'll say that those type of conversations for another day. Shout outs to everybody. B-Eazy. Shout outs to Easily Riggs. Big Rick Slaps. I'm already getting tired. But anyway, shout outs to everybody, all the content
you making
creators.
me tired, bro.
For real. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and get out, man. And it was good talking.
Man, that was dope, man. Thank you for coming up, and I'm glad the way it played out, right? Because it was on disrespect, and then the random disrespect, because no one, like Reese Neal is cool, no one even comes and ever disrespects her, right? She never disrespects no one in the chat, and simply disagreeing is not disrespect. If M3 say, oh, Jordan is better than LeBron, I'm like, bro, you tripping. LeBron is better. I didn't disrespect him. You know what I'm saying? We have a different opinion. So some people think that if we don't have the same opinion, that's disrespect or offensive or oppressive. That's intellectually juvenile. That's not what we're here for. We're here to build with each other and for everyone to be able to stand on what their beliefs and their opinions, but facts are just facts. There's no negotiating. There's no rebutting facts. So if I say 2 + 2 is 4, you don't need to try to say, yeah, well, what about? No. But if we're saying, hey, blue is the best color on the planet, now you can say, well, I think yellow is the best color. That's something that you can have a retort to, but not everything needs to be responded to. And even if we don't agree on some things, we agree on most. So let's fixate on that versus the things that we don't agree on. So I am going to play a couple visuals and then we're going to get right up out of here because it is extremely late. And I do appreciate everyone that stopped by. Creative Solutions, Mr. Brian, we had Don GQ, none other than Stan the Man Whore, M3, Big Rig Slaps, M3 TV Network, Mr. Best in the World, Reese Neal, It's Party Lime, Bolo TV, Lisa Butterfly, I'll still give you a shout out even though you was cutting up in the chat. Don't know if you're blocked, but if you come over here talking like that and acting like that again, I'm pretty sure you will be. I think Wally slid through, so shout out to Wally. And hopefully I didn't miss anybody. I'm going to just scroll to just make sure. And it looks like I think that I got everybody, but if I did miss you, it was not on purpose. Yeah, I think I got everybody. All right, cool. So let me go ahead and get these visuals out the way, and then we will be out of here. This has been another installment of Easily Rigged on the Knowledge and Relationships platform.
You are now tuned into another installment of Easily Rigged. This broadcast will be uncompromising, unfiltered, uncut, and unrehearsed. Your support for the program is immeasurable. Thanks to everyone that has contributed to our growth, you are appreciated. B-Eazy Dat Dude, Big Rig slaps 2 of the dopest to ever do it, you feel me? Put some respect on their name. Enjoy the broadcast. Into another installment of Easily Rigged. B-Eazy Dat Dude, Big Rig slaps 2 of the dopest to ever do it, you feel me? Put some respect on their name.
Shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss, I call shots cause I'm still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on shite racket and fly back out the mill. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh we burning up, burning up. This shit so high, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh we burning up, burning up. This shit so high, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.
Knowledge and relationships.